Welcome, dear listener, to another journey through history. Tonight, we will travel back to the vast plains and ancient cities of Europe, following the footsteps of the Mongol warriors. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the story carry you away to a time long ago, where every city, river, and battlefield has a tale to tell. Relax, unwind, and let the calm rhythm of history guide you to peace. If you enjoy this story, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you won't miss our next relaxing journey through history. The Mongolian steppe stretched endlessly under a pale winter sun, its grass bending and breaking beneath the icy wind. A child, barely able to walk, clutched at the furs around him, his small face red from the cold. Inside the yurt, Holin, his mother, hummed an ancient melody, her voice steady despite the trembling of her hands. "The wind tests us, little one," she whispered, "but you will endure." Temujin had not known comfort. Hunger had become a companion as familiar as the cold. The death of his father, poisoned by the Tatars, left the family vulnerable, hunted by clans who sought to erase their line entirely. Each morning was a struggle for warmth, each night a gamble against frost and wolves. Yet, even in such hardship, Temujin's sharp eyes noted everything, the way an enemy scout approached, the signs of a predator on the plains, the faint shifts in his siblings' expressions. Bektar, his elder brother, often challenged him. "You will never lead, Temujin," he sneered one morning, gripping a wooden stick. They fought fiercely, snow flying, fists and teeth meeting, until the wind itself seemed to push them apart. But every clash honed the boy's mind as well as his body. He learned anticipation, patience, and the art of exploiting weakness, not through strength alone, but through understanding. One bitter night, a neighboring clan betrayed them. Temujin and his family were captured and bound, left to shiver under a sky lit with distant fires. He felt the cold seep into his bones, but not the fear of death. Instead, he watched, memorized, and plotted. Using the skills he had honed over years of survival, he freed himself and guided his family to safety. That night, as the moon rose over the frozen steppe, he understood the first truth of his life. Survival must be seized, never awaited. By adolescence, Temujin had earned a reputation among the scattered tribes. He could track a band of horsemen through blizzards, find water where none seemed to exist, and lead small groups with a skill that belied his youth. And in the quiet hours, beneath the stars, he imagined a united Mongol nation, bound by loyalty, courage, and strategy rather than by blood feuds and chance. Yet, even as he dreamed of unity, danger never slept. Tribal wars flared, bandits roamed the plains, and the memory of betrayal shadowed every alliance. Temujin learned to negotiate with patience and to strike with precision. He observed, adapted, and remembered every encounter, every lesson. Every wound became a stone in the foundation of the man he was becoming. And so, on the icy plains of Mongolia, the boy who had shivered beneath the snow began to awaken. Temujin's spirit, forged by hunger, loss, and betrayal, was readying itself for a destiny that would stretch beyond the horizon, beyond the steppes, and into the pages of history. Spring came slowly to the Mongolian steppe, melting the frost, but leaving the earth wet and treacherous. Temujin, now a young man, moved with the confidence of someone who had survived hunger, betrayal, and exile. His eyes, dark and piercing, reflected a mind always calculating, always observing. The tribes of Mongolia remained divided, their loyalties fragile, their grudges deep. Yet Temujin imagined unity. He approached potential allies not as a conqueror, but as a strategist, offering not only strength, but fairness. One evening, under a crimson sunset, Jamuka, a young warrior of considerable skill, approached him cautiously. Temujin, Jamuka began, his voice low and wary. The tribes tear each other apart, while outsiders grow stronger. We could unite if we trust each other. Temujin studied him silently, memories of betrayals flashing in his mind. Trust was rare, yet this alliance could be the first step toward his vision. Finally, he extended his hand. "We will test each other," he said. "But if we succeed, no tribe will challenge us for generations." The next months were a period of cautious alliances. Temujin gathered men from small clans, those who respected skill, courage, and loyalty over birthright. He reorganized them into units of tens, hundreds, and hundreds of hundreds. Introducing a meritocratic system where bravery and intelligence earned command. Discipline replaced chaos. Orders were followed, not out of fear alone, but because men respected the man who gave them. Yet danger never paused. One night, word arrived that the Merkits had kidnapped Bert, the woman Temujin loved. Rage burned within him, but he tempered it with strategy. He called his commanders to a meeting beneath the pale glow of a winter moon. "We do not act blindly," he said, pointing to the rough maps spread before them. "We strike where they least expect us. Scouts will circle the valley. Riders will cut off the escape. We will reclaim what is ours, and in doing so, teach them the cost of challenging the Mongols." The raid was executed with precision. Mongol cavalry swirled around the Merkits' encampment like a living storm. Arrows darkened the sky. Tents burned. Cries echoed across the valley. Temujin led the final charge, breaking through the enemy lines. Bert ran into his arms, the snow melting from her hair, and for a brief moment, the violence of the steppe seemed to fade. Even victories, however, were shadowed by betrayal. Jamuka, once his closest ally, turned against him, allying with rival clans to test Temujin's authority. Instead of rushing into anger, Temujin observed, learning the weaknesses of his enemies and anticipating their moves. Feigned retreats, ambushes, and sudden strikes dismantled the rebellious forces. Every encounter was a lesson, every victory a demonstration that intelligence and foresight could surpass brute strength. By his mid-20s, Temujin had transformed the scattered Mongol tribes into a disciplined, cohesive army. His reputation grew far beyond the steppe. He was no longer merely a survivor or a warrior. He was a leader, a unifier, and a visionary.
The Kurultai, the Council of Mongol Leaders, convened to acknowledge his authority. The assembly recognized the boy who had endured the harshest winters, survived betrayal, and built an army of men who trusted him implicitly. With solemn voices and the weight of tradition, they proclaimed him Genghis Khan, supreme ruler of the Mongols. But Genghis knew that the title alone meant nothing. He reorganized his forces, implemented strict codes of law, and emphasized merit above birthright. Every soldier, every leader, understood that loyalty and skill were the foundation of power. And as he looked across the steppe, watching his warriors train, he realized that this was only the beginning. For Genghis Khan, rise to power was not merely about conquest. It was about transformation. He had turned chaos into order, mistrust into loyalty, and scattered clans into an unstoppable force. Yet, even at the height of this early success, he remained vigilant. Rival clans, hidden enemies, and internal ambitions could undo everything he had built. His mind, ever restless, plotted the next steps: expansion, diplomacy, and the forging of a legacy that would outlive him. In the quiet hours beneath the stars, Genghis often rode alone, contemplating the weight of leadership. The same wind that had once cut through his childhood now whispered across the plains, reminding him that the steppe demanded vigilance, courage, and cunning. And as he looked toward the horizon, he saw not just lands to conquer, but a vision of unity, strength, and a Mongol empire that would endure beyond his lifetime. The first light of dawn touched the steppes, painting the frozen rivers and rolling hills in hues of silver and gold. Genghis Khan stood atop a ridge, his eyes scanning the distant camps of the Kiyad and Naman tribes. These were not ordinary opponents. They were fierce horsemen, skilled with bow and spear, hardened by generations of survival in the harsh plains. Yet Genghis saw their strengths as opportunities' weaknesses hidden beneath pride and tradition. Every tribe has a heartbeat, he murmured to himself. Find it, and you can control the rhythm of their actions. Around him, his generals waited silently. Some were old companions from his youth, others newly loyal leaders who had proven themselves through merit. Genghis traced lines on the rough maps with his finger. "We will strike in 3 waves," he said finally. "The first will lure them from the valleys. The second will cut off their retreat. The third, my wave, will break their command and scatter their warriors. Timing is everything." Hesitation is death. The attack began under the veil of pre-dawn darkness. Mongol scouts had infiltrated the enemy's perimeters days before, marking hidden paths, noting patrol schedules, and identifying water sources. When the first signal a column of smoke rising from a distant jeopard, the army moved with terrifying precision. The Kiad warriors, confident in their numbers, charged toward the lure, only to find themselves encircled by Mongol cavalry. Arrows rained from hidden hills, striking with deadly accuracy. Horses screamed, and the clash of steel rang across the valley. Genghis led the final strike personally, his voice cutting through the chaos. Push forward. No mercy for those who oppose the Mongols. Victory was decisive, yet it came at a cost. Genghis walked among the fallen, feeling the weight of command. Every life lost reminded him that conquest required not only skill and courage but careful judgment. He spared those who surrendered, integrating their clans into his growing network, offering protection in exchange for loyalty. Emboldened, Genghis turned toward the fortified cities of northern China, ruled by the Jin dynasty. The landscape changed. Grasslands gave way to walled cities, rivers, and rugged terrain unfamiliar to steppe warriors. Yet Genghis adapted. He summoned engineers and craftsmen from conquered lands, constructing siege towers, catapults, and battering rams. Cavalry units cut off supply lines, while spies infiltrated cities to sow confusion. The siege of Zhengdu, modern Beijing, became a masterclass in strategy. Genghis observed daily from a hill, studying the walls, tracking patrol rotations, and calculating the timing of each assault. When the attack commenced, arrows darkened the sky. Siege towers pressed against walls, and ladders carried soldiers over battlements. Even the fiercest resistance crumbled under the coordinated fury of Mongol arms. But conquest was not only about battle. Political cunning was equally vital. Some generals sought personal glory, attempting to claim cities or loot as their own. Genghis addressed this swiftly. Merit, not greed, would dictate leadership. Those who betrayed him were executed or demoted. Those who proved skillful and loyal were rewarded generously. Perhaps the most complex campaign of this era was against the Khwarezmian Empire. What began as a dispute over a trade caravan escalated into a vast, coordinated campaign. Genghis split his forces, striking at multiple cities simultaneously. Rivers of cavalry cut off reinforcements. Spies spread misinformation and fear. Cities fell one by one. Some surrendering peacefully, others raised as examples of resistance. Throughout these conquests, Genghis reflected on the human cost. Entire populations were displaced, families torn apart, and villages burned. Yet, he also implemented governance where possible. Trade routes were secured, laws standardized, and local leaders appointed based on competence. His empire was growing not only through fear but through order and structure. By the end of this era, Genghis Khan had transformed the Mongols from scattered tribes into a disciplined, organized force capable of confronting any opponent. His strategy combined mobility, intelligence, and psychological warfare, creating an army that seemed unstoppable. As he stood on a ridge overlooking a conquered city, Genghis felt the enormity of what he had built. Not merely an army, not merely conquered lands, but an empire founded on discipline, strategy, and loyalty. The boy who had once shivered beneath the snow had become a master of conquest, a strategist whose mind extended far beyond the battlefield, envisioning a Mongol empire that would stretch across continents. Yet even in victory, he knew new challenges awaited. Westward lay unknown lands, formidable enemies, and a vision that demanded relentless courage and foresight. The era of conquest was over, but the march of the Mongol Empire had only begun. The western horizon was unlike the familiar steppes of Mongolia. Rolling hills gave way to dense forests, winding rivers, and fortified cities that seemed impregnable. Reports had reached Genghis Khan of the Caucasus tribes, skilled horsemen allied with distant kingdoms, preparing to resist any Mongol advance. He studied the maps, tracing the valleys, river crossings, and mountain passes with a steady hand. Every path was a potential trap, every village a test of his strategy. "Speed is our weapon," Genghis said to his generals beneath the pale light of dawn. "Surprise is our shield. Hesitation is death." Scouts had been dispatched weeks before, blending with local traders and shepherds, mapping every patrol and hidden path. By the time the Mongol army reached the Caucasus foothills, they already knew the rhythm of the land better than the tribes themselves. Small cavalry units moved like shadows, cutting off communication between villages and intercepting reinforcements before the enemy even realized they were under siege. The first encounter was in a narrow valley where a coalition of tribes had gathered to block the Mongols. Genghis rode at the head of his warriors, surveying the enemy. "Hold the line until I give the signal," he ordered, his voice low but commanding. "Let them think we are weak. Then strike like the wind." As the enemy advanced, Mongol archers emerged from hidden ridges, their arrows darkening the sky. Cavalry circled behind the unsuspecting tribes, cutting off retreat. Some warriors fought with desperate valor, but the Mongols' precision was overwhelming. Genghis observed every movement, anticipating reactions, adjusting formations, and sending reinforcements exactly where needed. After the victory, Genghis did not merely celebrate. He visited villages that had surrendered peacefully, offering protection in exchange for loyalty, assigning local leaders based on competence rather than birth. This careful blend of fear and governance was the key to his enduring power. The campaign continued westward toward Kievan Rus, where dense forests, icy rivers, and fortified towns presented a new challenge. Engineers and scouts found hidden fords, constructed temporary bridges, and mapped enemy patrols. The Mongol army, disciplined and silent, moved through the forest like a living shadow. At the first Rus city, Genghis paused, studying the high walls and fortified gates. "A frontal assault will cost too many lives," he murmured. "We will divide them, confuse them, and strike simultaneously from multiple points." Feigned retreats lured enemy forces from the city walls, while hidden units struck at the gates from the rear. When the Mongols attacked, the city fell quickly, its defenders demoralized by the precision and timing of the assault. Yet these campaigns were not only about battle. Genghis navigated political intrigue with the same care he gave to military strategy. Ambitious local leaders tried to undermine his authority, secretly negotiating alliances with rival tribes. Genghis addressed them with a mixture of diplomacy and decisive action. Those who proved loyal were rewarded, traitors exposed and punished. Even amidst victory, he reflected on the human cost. Families displaced, towns destroyed, rivers filled with bodies, but he understood that unchecked chaos would destroy the empire he was building. Cities that surrendered were administered fairly, trade routes were secured, local laws standardized. Fear alone would not sustain his empire. Order, governance, and merit would. By the end of these western expeditions, the Mongol army had traversed forests, mountains, and rivers, striking with terrifying precision. The campaign had tested their endurance, adaptability, and loyalty. From the Caucasus to Kievan Rus Genghis, Khan's reputation spread faster than his cavalry. Kingdoms began to fear not just the sword, but the mind that commanded it. As he gazed westward from a snowy ridge, Genghis knew the next challenge awaited. The intricate politics within his own family, the succession of power, and the responsibility to ensure that the Mongol Empire would endure beyond his lifetime. Victory over distant lands was meaningless if the empire could not survive the ambitions and conflicts at home. And so, the Western campaign ended not merely in conquest, but in preparing his sons, his generals, and the Mongol people for the next battles, both external and internal, that would shape the destiny of the empire. The fires of the winter night flickered across the walls of Genghis Khan's largest yurt, casting long shadows of banners, weapons, and maps. Outside, the steppes were silent, snow covering the earth like a blanket of white. Inside, however, the air was heavy with tension. Even after years of conquest and victory, Genghis faced the most delicate and dangerous challenge of all: the ambitions, jealousies, and loyalties within his own household. His sons had grown into men of striking ability and distinct temperament. Joki, the eldest, bore both strength and the burden of whispered questions about his legitimacy. Chagatai was rigid, principled, and unafraid to confront his father's decisions. Gedai, thoughtful and calm, understood balance and diplomacy, while Tolui, the youngest, burned with youthful energy, eager to carve his name through courage and audacity. The tension came to a head one evening. Genghis summoned his sons to the council fire, the golden light reflecting in their eyes. "Power," he said, his voice firm, "is not measured by victory alone. It is measured by loyalty, wisdom, and the courage to make decisions others fear to make. Even among family, these tests must be passed." Joki, his gaze proud yet uneasy, shifted in his seat. "Father, the western provinces need my leadership. I have earned my place through battles, not through whispers or doubt." Shagati's voice cut through the crackling fire. "Strength without justice will destroy the empire. We cannot allow ambition to blind judgment, even from within." Genghis nodded slowly, allowing the tension to simmer. Every leader must prove their worth, not simply inherit it. Merit will decide who governs. Loyalty will decide who survives. The empire does not bend for blood alone. Outside the council, his wives and mothers of different sons worked subtly, whispering advice, steering decisions, and testing loyalties. Bert, his steadfast partner, advised with clarity, but even she could not shield him from the intricate web of ambitions surrounding the court. Every decision was weighed, every word measured. The smallest misstep could ignite a chain of rebellion or betrayal. Genghis also reflected on the broader consequences of internal strife. The western provinces were newly conquered, their loyalty fragile. If the sons quarreled openly, enemies would seize the opportunity. He assigned each son specific regions, monitoring their governance closely, testing not only military skill but administrative judgment. Those who proved capable would be rewarded. Those who failed, corrected. Yet even as he managed these political and familial challenges, he wrestled privately with doubt. He had seen his childhood torn apart by betrayal. He knew the fragility of trust. Each son, though loyal, carried the seeds of conflict, ambition, and pride. He pondered late into the night, walking among his war maps, imagining future battles not on the steppe, but within the walls of his yurt, in the minds of those he loved. Through counsel, testing, and careful delegation, Genghis Khan began to shape not only his sons, but the very structure of succession. Leadership required not only strength in war, but intelligence, foresight, and an understanding of human nature. By carefully navigating these conflicts, he ensured that the empire would endure beyond his lifetime. And so, as the first light of dawn crept across the frozen steppes, Genghis Khan, the conqueror of nations, the master of strategy, also became the vigilant patriarch of his family. He understood that the fiercest battles were not always fought with swords or arrows, but with wisdom, patience, and the ability to govern hearts as much as lands. In these quiet, tense hours, he reflected on a hard truth. An empire built on fear alone would crumble, but an empire tempered by loyalty, merit, and family, however complex, would endure through generations. And thus, even amidst conquest, Genghis's greatest challenge remained: to forge unity, loyalty, and vision within his own bloodline, preparing the Mongol Empire to survive and thrive long after he was gone. The sun that summer burned with a dry, relentless heat, turning the dust of the march into a pale haze that clung to every face. Genghis Khan felt it on his back, as if the whole of the world had chosen that day to press down on him. They were deeper into the west than most Mongol elders had ever imagined, beyond the deserts that had taught him endurance, into lands where orchards and caravanserais dotted fertile ground, where languages and gods changed with every valley. The map on his saddle was stained with sweat and ink. Names he had once read in traders' stories had become names he had taken. The campaign moved like a living thing. Cavalry columns uncoiled at dawn and knotted again by dusk, towers of riders vanishing into wheat fields. Spies returned with news of garrisons, of rulers whispering in dark rooms. The Khan's command had become not merely about victory, but about timing: when to press, when to spare, when to terrify just enough for obedience to set in. One evening, under a sky freckled with early stars, he walked the narrow path between two tents and found his son Gidai sharpening a sword. "You ride lighter than I would expect for a future Khan," Genghis said quietly, watching the motion of steel on whetstone. Gidai did not look up at first. When he did, there was a calm in him, tempered by the lessons of months past. "I keep what I will need," he replied. "The rest is for those who must carry its soldiers, messengers, the people we rule." Genghis smiled, not the grin of triumph, but a small, weary approval. "You understand weight," he said, "not just of arms, but of decisions. Do not let the counsel of others pile burdens on you. Choose who bears what." A silence fell between them, full of things not spoken. Genghis had always been a man of action, but in these later years he had become a man of architecture, building roads of law, relay stations of messengers, and a system of justice that could be read and enforced even when he was far from a place. He had ordered relay posts the Yamdu stretch across the empire like veins. Messengers could carry news faster than any general could march. He had codified penalties and protections under the code he called Yasa, a living rulebook that mixed hard punishments with allowances for trade and travel. He had learned that empires survived by moving goods and words as much as by moving armies. His attention returned to the campaign. A fortified city lay ahead, stubborn and clever. The Khan watched scouts show him the water sources hidden behind the walls. If they think water is theirs alone, he told the commanders who gathered, we will become rain to them. Cut the springs, the city will speak to us. A council of engineers captured craftsmen who had stayed by choice, or fear-built channels and diverted hidden streams with the kind of silent efficiency the Mongol machine had perfected. Supplies dwindled in the city. Morale sagged. The Khan allowed mercy when the leaders surrendered, installing capable administrators and merchants rather than plunderers. Here, the empire's pattern showed itself. Terror to make war quick. Law to make order last. The Western March also brought haunting scenes to the Khan's nights. He would find himself listening to the cries of refugees at a distance, remembering the faces of those who had sheltered him in his childhood. The suffering rolled through him like a current and ache that never fully quieted. He had ordered protections for caravans after witnessing how trade sustained empires. He had punished towns that slaughtered merchants because an open road enriched both city and khanate. It was pragmatic, he told himself. Trade sewed the empire together, and sewn fabric frayed less quickly than raw skin. As the months accumulated, so did the weight of years on his body. He rode with less of the wild abandon that had once marked his youth. He walked with deliberate steps. Once in a skirmish, his horse slipped on loose earthen, ugly tumble that left him winded and aching. The healers applied poultices and the shamans chanted. The wound mended, but a hollow settled in his chest. On other nights he coughed in the yurt's smoke, a sharp rasp that no balm could soothe. Those who watched him closely saw the slow narrowing of his gaze, the way he paused more often when choosing a camp, the manner in which he tested the loyalty of men not only with reward but with quiet tasks. Still, the mind was stubbornly bright. At a great gathering under canvas one autumn, he convened governors, generals, and sons. He placed the maps across the rugs like a river that could be stepped on, pointing to borders and to routes that must be guarded. Men leaned in as he spoke of more than conquest. We have taken many cities, he said. We will not keep them with terror alone, rule them with law. Let merchants travel safely. Let the messengers bring back truth, not rumors. Build relay posts, name men who know how to keep accounts. If the road is open, the goods pass and the people prosper. Prosperity secures loyalty more surely than fear. He assigned Gade the duty of overseeing the central administration's continuity, a role chosen not only for affection but for Gade's steady temperament. To Joki he entrusted frontier command, vast grasslands, and uncertain loyalties, though the shadow over Joki's birth and temper would remain a source of tension. Tolui received the hot, dangerous commands, the spearheads, the shock troops who would break defenses. Chagatai, the principled, was given the role of enforcing laws among the steppe lords and arbitrating disputes where strictness could be a tool of unity. When the last of the plates were set and the men had retired, Genghis sat alone with Bert. She caught his hand and held it like a map of days, both rough and luminous. "You have made laws where there was chaos," she said softly. "You have learned to make things that last." He looked at her. An ocean of unspent words behind his eyes. "We must make bones that can hold the weight of generations," he answered. "I do not know the shape of what comes after, but we must craft what we can." The final campaign, in truth, was not glorious. It was dusty and mundane. Scouting missions, negotiations, the slow grind of siege work and diplomacy. On a morning when the wind turned cold and rain threatened to make the tracks impassable, Genghis mounted to ride with a small escort to inspect a forward post. A messenger galloped up, face streaked with dust. "Khan," he panted, "a column of refugees has been found, women and children, abandoned. They need shelter." Genghis did not hesitate. He ordered tents readied, blankets issued, and grain apportioned from the camp stores. He moved among them, holding infants who looked up with eyes too old for their faces. There, sitting on a small hill, as the rain came thick and low, he felt something break in him, not his body, but the belief that he could carry all things. The next days blurred. He grew feverish, perhaps a fever caught from the refugees, perhaps the consequence of a bumped head from the earlier fall, perhaps the slow erosion of a life lived hard. He slept poorly, shivering beneath heavy furs despite the camp's servants. His sons circled the yurt like moths, restless and hushed. In the end, the exact cause of his death remained obscured by the land that loved secrecy as much as it did madness. Some said he fell from his horse and struck a rock. Others said he caught an illness in a city's crowded streets. Some insisted the gods had reclaimed him for reasons inscrutable. In truth, the empire wrapped itself around a factual fog. A fever rose. His breath grew thin. And on a night when the wind had that particular hush of finality, Genghis Khan slipped away with his hand in Bert's. His last voice was not a command, but a soft admonition. Keep the road open. Feed the messengers. Let law travel as fast as arrows. He closed his eyes. Secrecy was immediate and absolute. Trusted warriors rode furiously into the night, carrying his body to a place known only to those who had sworn the oldest oaths. Stones were shifted, wells dug, trees felled to hide the place. The nobles who accompanied the procession swore silence over cups of bitter tea. A burial party buried him in a shallow grave with a handful of his favorite Thinza horse's bridle. A bowl, a worn spearhead, small tokens for a man who had wanted no palaces but long roads. The empire shivered, then settled. Mourning became policy. Decrees announced succession plans. Getty's name, while not the only voice raised, became the one the council recognized as the stabilizing, choice steady, patient, administratively minded. The sons took their posts, their grief tempered by the urgent work of keeping roads open and posts manned. The years that followed bore his mark, clearer than his body ever had. Trade caravans moved across lands where once raiders had ruled. Silk and spices, metal and ideas moved along routes secured by relay posts. the Mongol peacepax Mongolica was less the absence of war than the deliberate ordering of exchange. Laws to adjudicate disputes, protections for merchants, and a postal system that allowed the Khanat's voice to be heard from steppe outpost to riverside city. Scholars and artisans traveled in caravans under Mongol banners, and languages braided around markets that before had bled each other dry. Stories multiplied, some wicked, some tender. European envoys wrote of a man who had ridden like the wind. Persian poets sighed about the courtesies he had extended to scholars who bent their heads before law. In every market someone hawked tales of his wrath, and someone else hummed of the fairness that let trade prosper. Genghis's true monument was not carved stones or towers. It was the network he had sewn, roads and posts and laws that outlived his breath. The empire continued to ebb and swell under his sons and grandsons, sometimes tearing at itself, sometimes knitting anew. But the fragile logic he had enforced Meret, where it made sense, law where chaos reigned, mercy where surrender spared cities became the framework others could work within. At night, when the wind ran across the steppe and a solitary rider passed a relay post with a message, that rider could feel, for a passing instant, the echo of a life that had begun in a frozen yurt and ended with a quiet hush. The boy from the snow had become a road builder of fate. His name would be shouted by enemies, carved into chronicles by friends, and debated in halls of power for centuries. But for those who had followed him across rivers and deserts, the memory of the last small things, his hand on a child, his whisper to Gedai, his quiet law to keep the road open, would be the truest measure of the man. The summer sun dipped low over the mountains of western Shia, painting the sky in streaks of red and gold. Yet within Genghis Khan's war tent, the air was tense, the silence thick. Maps lay spread across the Table Mountain, passes, river crossings, fortified cities. But for the first time in years, Genghis stared not at the maps, but at his trembling hand. Agi, something even the great Khan could not conquer, had begun its quiet assault. Outside, soldiers sang victory songs from recent conquests, their laughter echoing. Horses snorted. The rhythm of hooves beat like drums through the camp. The empire stretched from the Pacific Ocean to the Caspian Sea, larger than anything the world had ever seen. But inside the tent stood a man who sensed a shadow creeping closer. A messenger entered quickly, bowing low. "My Khan?" The western Shia forces regrouped to the south. Their emperor seeks to delay surrender. Genghis rose slowly, every joint stiff yet unbroken by pain. "Then we shall give them no dawn," he replied, voice sharp even now. But when the messenger left, he gripped the table. A pulse of pain shot through his ribs, an injury from a fall during a hunt months earlier. The Khan had kept it hidden. Injuries weaken reputation. Weakness invites betrayal. Moments later, his youngest son Tolui entered. "Father, you didn't drink the medicine the healers prepared. I saw the bowl untouched." Genghis laughed. "Medicine is for the dying. I am not yet among them." Tolui knelt beside him. "I know you are iron, father. But even iron needs fire to stay strong." Genghis placed a hand on Tolui's shoulder. "Do not fear for me. Fear the day an empire grows soft." The next morning, the Mongol army moved like a storm across the deserts and mountains. Drums thundered. Banners whipped in the wind. Genghis rode at the front, his white warhorse kicking clouds of dust. Every soldier whispered the same belief: as long as the great Khan rides, death itself trembles. But in truth, fatigue gnawed at him. Nights where the worst coughing fits shook him, fever burned his skin, and the old injury throbbed like a knife twisting inside. Yet every dawn, he forced his body up. The world must see no weakness. The assault on the western Shia fortresses began. Arrows blackened the sky. Siege engines hurled stones that smashed towers into rubble. Nights burned with fire, days roared with battle cries. During one attack, a commander rushed to Genghis Khan. The enemy refuses surrender. Genghis narrowed his eyes. Then we will teach them the cost of defying the eternal blue sky. But after giving the order, he felt a dizziness blurred the world. Tolui, always near, caught his arm. Father, rest just for a moment. The Khan rests when the world is mine, he growled, pushing forward. That night, the winds howled over the desert. Genghis sat alone near the dying embers of a fire. The flames flickered across his face, revealing something no soldier would dare believe: fear. Not fear of death, but fear of leaving his empire unfinished. Fear of his sons fighting for the throne. Fear that history might forget the truth of who he was. He whispered into the darkness, "What becomes of a storm when the sky grows silent?" No answer came, only the cold wind. One morning, after a fierce skirmish, Genghis suddenly collapsed while dismounting. Soldiers gasped. Commanders froze. The invincible confalent. Tolu rushed forward. "Father, can you hear me?" Genghis forced his eyes open. "A Khan does not fall," he whispered, and struggled to stand. But his knees buckled again. The healers were summoned, their hands trembling as they examined him. The injury inside worsens. The fever grows, one whispered to Tolui. He must rest, or Tolui grabbed the healer by the collar. "You will not say that word, not in this camp." Genghis saw the fear in his son's eyes. "Do not shield me, Tolui. I know my body better than the healers." Then he looked outside, the soldiers watching, terrified. "You must tell them I am well. A dying leader loses a living empire." Tolui nodded, forcing a calm voice. "The great Khan is strong. His spirit burns brighter than fire." But inside the tent, Genghis coughed blood onto his hand. Despite his failing strength, Genghis insisted on leading the final assault. As the Mongol army stormed the capital, Genghis rode in front, his armor dented, cloak torn by wind, but eyes burning with ruthless fire. The battle lasted hours. Flaming arrows struck the sky. The ground shook with the weight of war. And when the capital finally fell, the soldiers shouted, "The Khan is eternal." But Genghis Khan had already begun slipping into darkness. That night, his fever raged. Tolui sat beside him, wiping his forehead. Joki and Shagatai were far away. Gedai rode back urgently. Genghis whispered, barely audible, "My sons, the empire must not break." Tolui clasped his father's cold hand. "We will keep it whole, I swear it." Genghis tried to rise a final surge of strength, but collapsed back onto the cushions. "Call the generals," he breathed. "The world must not see me weaken." But his generals, warriors who had followed him through deserts, mountains, and storms, now knelt around the tent in silent grief. For the first time in history, the Mongol Empire trembled. The great Khan was dying. The desert wind outside the imperial tent carried fine grains of sand that whispered against the felt walls like restless spirits. Inside, the great Khan's breath grew shallow, each inhale sounding like a warrior returning from battle with a wound too deep to hide. The fire lamps had been dimmed. The smoke rose slowly, folding into the shadows where generals, advisors, and loyal guards stood with bowed heads. Tolui knelt closest to him, his face stiff with grief he fought hard to swallow. Genghis opened his eyes slowly. Even in weakness, those eyes held a wildness like a storm refusing to die. "Raise the flap," he whispered. Tolui signaled, and the soldiers opened the tent flap. Cold desert air rushed inside, carrying the smell of dust, earth, and the fallen cities of western Xia. Genghis gazed at the horizon, where the moon hung low and swollen, like a watchful guardian. "Look at it," he murmured, "the eternal blue sky, waiting for me." A long silence followed. His generals exchanged glances, fear, respect, helplessness blending into the same expression. For decades, they had watched him command armies, break kingdoms, and shape the world. They had seen him defeat enemies 10 times stronger. But no sword or strategy could defeat time. The Khan raised a trembling finger toward Tolui. "You are the fire. When all torches die," he whispered, "guard your brothers. Keep their anger from breaking the empire." Tolui bowed his head, tears dripping onto the Khan's hand. From outside, hoofbeats thundered. Gedi finally arrived. He rushed into the tent, breathless and dust-covered from days of relentless riding. When he saw his father's condition, his face collapsed. "Father, I am here." Genghis smiled faintly, a thin line of warmth across pale lips. "You came?" he whispered. "Good. The Empire needs your calm more than my fire." Gedi held his father's hand, and for a moment, the tent was filled with nothing but the sound of crackling lamps and the quiet breathing of men who had conquered half the world yet could not swallow their grief. The Khan's fingers twitched, searching. "Where is Joki?" Tolui looked down. Gedi's jaw tightened. No one dared speak the truth that Joki had already died months earlier, after long years of tension with his father. Gedi finally said, voice heavy, "He cannot come, father." Genghis closed his eyes. A single tear slipped from the corner, tracing the lines of a face hardened by storms and war. "I failed him," he whispered. "A father should not let distance grow like an enemy camp." The tent grew colder. Even the fire seemed to shrink back, as if frightened by the gravity of the moment. The general stepped forward to hear his final commands. Genghis summoned his breath. "Do not let the world know that I am gone," he said. "Not until every kingdom bows. Hide my death, hide my body. Let no man find where I lie." His voice cracked but did not break. "My grave must be a secret of the steppes." Soldiers knelt, fists on their chests, promising silence with the most sacred oath. Another wave of pain shuddered through him. His fingers tightened around Gedi's wrist. "You will lead," he said, "but lead with wisdom." Let your brothers guard the empire like wolves. At your side, not your throat. Gedai nodded, tears dripping silently. Tolui held his father's other hand. The Khan exhaled a long, trembling breath. His eyes turned once more to the moonlit sky visible through the tent flap. I go, he whispered, to answer the call of the blue sky. And then silence. No final cry. No dramatic collapse. The breath simply left him, slipping away like a warrior crossing a distant river. Tolui broke first. He leaned forward, pressing his forehead to his father's chest, shoulders shaking silently. Gedai placed a hand on Tolia's back, eyes closed, face soaked in tears. The generals bowed, touching their foreheads to the ground. No one dared speak. Outside, the horses began to cry along. Haunting sound Mongols believed meant they sensed the passing of a great spirit. Winds howled across the dunes as if the desert itself mourned. The body of Genghis Khan was wrapped before dawn. No banners were raised. No drums were played. Not a single soldier spoke his name aloud. At night, under the cover of stars, a chosen group of loyal warriors carried the body away, their faces hidden, their footsteps silent. The desert swallowed their tracks as they moved toward the uncharted wilderness. The Khan had commanded that no grave be built, no marker left behind, no stone carved. Only the earth itself would guard him. Some say the warriors killed every living thing they crossed, so no one could track the route. Some say the river was diverted to flow over his burial place. Some say even the men who buried him were later silenced. But no one truly knows, because his grave remains undiscovered to this day, lost in the vastness he once ruled. And thus the man who conquered countenance vanished into the silence of the steppe, leaving behind an empire larger than the world had ever seen, and a legacy that time itself could not erase. The night after the secret burial, the Mongol camp remained eerily silent. Tens of thousands of soldiers sat near their fires, speaking little, their eyes fixed on the desert horizon. They did not know the truth, but they felt it in the trembling earth. In the whispering wind that no longer carried the presence of the great Khan. Inside the main war tent, Tolui and Gedai sat opposite one another. Between them lay the golden seal of the empire, a symbol of absolute authority. No one touched it. Tolia's eyes were bloodshot. We must return to Karakoram immediately, he said. Before rivals sense the emptiness, Gedai slowly breathed out. If we ride now, the army will suspect something is wrong. The army already knows, Tolui replied. They feel Father's spirit is gone. A short silence. Outside, horses stamped nervously as if the steppe itself had become unstable. At that moment, Chagatai arrived stern, disciplined, eyes sharp as blades. He had returned from the southern front as soon as the coded message reached him. Is it true? He asked in a low voice. Tolui lowered his head. Gedai remained silent. That silence was answer enough. Chagatai exhaled deeply. Then we have no time. If the tribes learn of this, every ambitious chieftain will rise. And the Chinese states, the Persian merchants, the Khorasan survivors, they will all try to break free. Tolui nodded. I will hold the army together. You two must prepare for what comes next. Gedai looked up sharply. Tolui? You speak as if you already know something. Tolui leaned forward, eyes burning. Father chose you, Gedai, not me, not Shagatai. You must sit on the throne. Shagatai crossed his arms. I accept Father's will, but the nobles will test you. They will whisper that your heart is too soft. Tolui smiled faintly. Then let them see what happens when softness is guarded by steel. Gedai placed a hand on Tolui's. You've always been the pillar of our family. Tolui shook his head. No, Father was the pillar. We are simply the shadows he left behind. The following days were filled with quiet preparation. The generals were summoned, one by one, into a sealed tent. Each swore an oath of silence upon the spirit banner of Genghis Khan. The banner's horsehair strands hung motionless despite the wind, as if the soul trapped within it was holding its breath. When the generals learned the truth, some wept openly. Others fell to their knees, heads bowed. A few pounded their fists against the earth, unable to accept the passing of the man who had shaped their lives. But all agreed to one thing: his death must not be revealed, not yet. The march back to Mongolia began. The army moved like a massive black shadow across deserts and mountains, leaving behind only scorched earth and silent cities. They carried the memory of their Khan but spoke nothing of him. Every tribe along the route bowed in fear as the Mongol host approached. They believed the Khan still breathed. None dared resist. But by the time they reached the Great Plains north of the Gobi Desert, rumors had begun to spread. He hasn't appeared in weeks. He no longer rides at the front. The Great Khan is ill. The Great Khan is gone. Whispers traveled faster than horses. Meanwhile, far away in the eastern forests, an old shaman named Kukochi, known as Tebtinger, felt a sudden shift in the wind. He looked up at the sky. The eternal blue sky has taken him, he murmured. The birds fell silent. The wolves howled. Even the river near his camp slowed, as if paying tribute. Tengri is preparing to judge a soul greater than any born of flesh. When the army finally reached the Orkhan Valley, the heart of the Mongol homeland, the sky was overcast. No sunlight touched the plains. The nobles gathered: princes, generals, clan leaders, old warriors who had followed Temujin before he was ever called Khan. Tolui and Gedai stood before them. Shagatai stood between them like a guardian. Tolui removed his helmet. Gedai bowed his head, and Tolui spoke the words that cut the empire in half. The Great Khan has joined the eternal blue sky. A sound rose across the valley like a great beast, mourning, thousands of men crying, horses screaming, women wailing. Some tore the grass from the ground. Some cut their cheeks with knives. Some pressed their faces to the earth, begging the sky to return him. No one slept that night. No one sang. All fires were dimmed. The empire, the greatest the world had ever seen, felt suddenly fragile, like a bowstring stretched too far. Yet in the darkness, a new chapter had already begun. Gedai stood alone on a hill overlooking the valley. His father's spirit banner stood behind him, the horsehair strands rustling though there was no wind. He whispered, "I will not fail you, Father. Your storm will not end with your breath." But far to the west, far beyond the mountains, beyond the frozen rivers, a new storm was gathering, one that would test the empire in ways Genghis himself never faced. The mourning lasted many days. No songs rose from the yurts. No horse races were held. The usually vibrant camps of the Mongols were quiet, still, and heavy with grief. Women draped black cloth around their tents, and warriors walked with bowed heads. The empire felt as if its heartbeat had stopped. In the center of Karakoram, the royal family gathered inside a massive ger built specially for the succession council. The air was thick with tension. Faces were hard, eyes calculating. The death of a great emperor always invited ambition, hidden, sharp, and dangerous. Gedai stood at the center, shoulders heavy but posture steady. Tolui remained beside him like a stone carved from the mountains, silent but unwavering. Shagatai circled the nobles with the cold eyes of a hawk, watching for any sign of rebellion. Old generals like Subutai and Jeeb Legens in their own right stood behind Gedai in solemn silence. A tall noble from the Tay-Shid clan stepped forward. Genghis Khan was iron, he said. Who among us can wear his crown? Gedai raised his chin. I will not pretend to be my father. No one can be. His voice was surprisingly calm. But I will defend what he built, and I will expand it. The noble stared into his eyes. And if you fail, Tolui stepped forward, then he will answer to me. The murmur that rose was sharp, cutting through the tent like lightning. No one doubted Tolui's loyalty or his ability to break mountains if needed. Subutai finally spoke, his deep voice commanding instant silence. I have ridden across half the world under your father's banner. I have won battles in his name, and I tell you this, he chose Gedai. His will is our law. The nobles bowed, not out of fear, but out of the overwhelming memory of the great Khan. Gedai was declared the new ruler. When he stepped out into the cold sunlight, thousands of warriors knelt. Their armor glimmered like a sea of steel. The spirit banner of Genghis Khan swayed in the wind, as if the soul trapped within approved. But while the empire swore loyalty, none knew the silent struggle brewing inside Gedai's heart. He had always been known for kindness, for patience, for a gentle nature, a dangerous quality in an empire built on ruthless speed and discipline. Tolui noticed the weight crushing his brother and spoke softly that night. You doubt yourself, Gedai exhaled. I doubt the world. It sees me through father's shadow. Tolui smiled sadly. Then build your own. But fate had other plans. Problems surfaced almost immediately. Rebellions in the west. Defiance in the south. Whispers of independence from kingdoms that once trembled at the mere rumor of Genghis Khan's approach. Meanwhile, Gedai drank heavily more each night. Old wounds he never admitted. Pressures he never confessed. Councils that lasted days drained him, and he sought comfort in cups of fermented mare's milk that he could barely put down. Tolui confronted him once, after finding him slumped over a map table. Brother, you cannot lead the world like this. Gedai rubbed his face. I never wanted the world, but the world wanted you, Tolui said. Gedai laughed bitterly. No, father wanted me. The world wants someone like you. Tolui's jaw tightened. I serve, not rule. That is my oath. But their conversation ended abruptly when a messenger burst in. Rebellion in Biryasha. The tribes have risen. Gedai ordered immediate action, but when he looked at Subutai, the general's stare was cold and honest. Your father would not have allowed rebellion this close to the homeland. The words struck Gedai like a blade. Tolui stepped forward. I will fix this. Gedai shook his head. No. I cannot hide behind you forever. But deep down, Tolui had already made a decision, one that would change the fate of the empire. The following spring, a plague struck the army, returning from the west. Hundreds fell, horses died by the thousands. The land near the Orkhon Valley grew silent as sickness spread. Tolui rushed to aid the soldiers, going tent to tent, touching nothing but giving orders, sending healers, arranging supplies. He walked through sickness like a man untouched by fear. But one night, Tolui collapsed inside his tent. His breath became ragged, his skin burned like fire. The healers told Gedai, he is dying. Gedai froze. The world around him blurred. No, he cannot. He cannot. Tolui lay on his bed, sweat dripping down his face. But when Gedai entered, Tolui forced himself to sit, gripping his brother's arm. Do not fall apart, Tolui whispered. You cannot break. Not now. Gedai sobbed. I cannot do this alone. You were always the one who held us together. Tolui smiled, his voice faint as wind. And now you must hold yourself. Gedai shook his head violently. Take my healers, take my strength, take anything. Don't leave me. Tolui gazed at him, long brother to brother, soldier to ruler. This empire needs you alive, he whispered. It needs you sober. It needs your heart. Gedai grabbed his hand. And what does it need from you? Tolui exhaled softly. My sacrifice? That night Tolui died. Quietly, without fear. Like a warrior who knew his time had come. The empire cried again louder than even for Genghis Khan. For Tolui was the shield that protected them all. Gedai broke down for days, but when he finally emerged from his tent, there was something different in his eyes. A fire? A decision? He would not let his brother's sacrifice be wasted. And far to the west, Subutai was already preparing the greatest campaign Europe would ever witness. A storm that would shake kingdoms, crush armies, and reshape the world forever. The wind that swept across the Mongolian steppe carried a strange mixture of silence and Pauron, ancient hush that seemed to come from the bones of the earth itself. On those endless plains, long before anyone imagined the rise of an empire that would shake continents, a boy named Temujin opened his eyes to a world built from hardship, hunger, and unbroken sky. The year was harsh, the winter sharper than the blades carried by the nomads. And the boy's first cry was drowned by the cold wind that sliced through the camp. His mother, Holan, wrapped him tightly in coarse cloth, whispering prayers to the eternal blue sky. She had been stolen from her own tribe, carried away by force, and now found herself in a new family, raising a future she could not yet understand. Temujin's father, Yasuge, looked at the newborn with pride, not because he saw greatness, but because he saw continuity. In the steppe, life was fragile. Every child born was a quiet defiance against death itself. Temujin's earliest memories were shaped by movement, hooves pounding like drums, tents rising and collapsing. The smell of horse milk warming over fire. and the sleep that came under thick hides as wolves howled in the distance. Every night his mother told him stories, not of heroes or kings, but of survival. She reminded him that nothing in the steppe belonged to the weak. Food, land, honor, everything had to be taken, defended, or lost forever. When Temujin was 9, his father took him on a journey across the plains to choose his future wife. Among the Anjarat tribe, Temujin met a girl with bright, steady eyes. She spoke calmly, without fear, and Temujin felt something shift, though he couldn't name it. Their engagement was arranged, and Temujin stayed with her family for a few months as custom demanded. But destiny does not respect moments of peace. On the way back, Yasuge stopped to share a meal with a rival clan, hiding his identity for safety. But someone recognized him. Poison slipped into his drink. Temujin reached home only to see his father collapsing, breath fading like smoke in the cold air. The moment Yasuge died, everything changed. Their clan abandoned Temujin's family, his mother, his brothers, all cast aside like dead weight. Temujin learned starvation before he learned strategy. He learned the cruelty of men before he understood the laws of war. He learned that family politics could be as sharp as a spear, when his own half-brother better tried to claim power over the family. The tension grew like a storm until one day, in a moment heavy with anger and desperation, Temujin killed Better with an arrow. The guilt of that act would never truly leave him, but it carved something permanent into his heart, a coldness, a steel-like resolve. Years later, when Temujin grew strong enough to reclaim his path, he returned to the Anjarat tribe to take Bort as his wife. It should have been a moment of triumph, a fresh chapter, yet fate again struck like a hidden blade. The Merkit tribe raided their camp at night, seized Bort, and disappeared into the darkness. Temujin stood powerless, humiliated, burning with a rage he had never felt before. He sought help not from family, not from blood, but from alliances forged by survival. He rode to his childhood friend Jamuka, now a noble and a charismatic leader. Together, along with leaders from multiple clans, they rode in a massive force toward the Merkit. The raid was violent and swift. Temujin tore through tents and warriors until he found Bort trembling in the shadows. When he wrapped her in his arms, the world fell silent. The pain of losing her had awakened something terrifying inside him, and ambition sharpened by loss. That was the birth of the leader he would become, not crowned, not chosen, but forged. Temujin began gathering followers not through bloodlines, but through loyalty. He rewarded the brave, protected the weak, and punished betrayal without hesitation. Men followed him because he made the world predictable. In a land ruled by chaos, Temujin offered structure. But Jamuka, his friend-turned-rival, believed leadership belonged to nobles by birth. A fracture formed between them, then widened into hatred. The steppe split into two visions: Jamuka's world of aristocrats and Temujin's world of earned power. The battles that followed were brutal. Entire valleys burned. Rivers ran dark with mud and blood. For years, the conflict dragged on, reshaping the land and rewriting alliances. Temujin never forgot hunger, never forgot abandonment, and never forgot the feeling of losing Bort. These memories drove him like a relentless wind. One night, as the ashes of victory cooled, Temujin stood before his warriors. The fire flickered across their faces, men from dozens of clans who once fought each other but now stood united. Temujin looked at the stars above and raised his voice. The eternal blue sky had witnessed his suffering. Now it would witness his rise. And so the man called Temujin became Genghis Khan, the universal ruler. But this was only the beginning. The plains stretched endlessly as Genghis Khan rode at the head of his growing army, the horizon a shifting line of gold and blue. Dust rose around the hoofs of thousands of horses, and the smell of sweat, leather, and fire burned the air. Genghis's eyes, sharp and restless, scanned the landscape not for enemies. He could sense them but for opportunity. Every river crossing, every hill, every small village was a piece of a puzzle he would conquer with precision. Bort rode beside him, her presence a calm anchor. Even after years, her eyes still carried that steady fire, the fire that had first made him feel whole in a world that had tried to break him. They spoke little. Words were unnecessary. The universe had its own language of strategy, and Genghis had learned to listen. Borda's hand lightly rested on the reins, her fingers brushing his, grounding him amidst the chaos of the steppe. Behind them, Temujin's, General Shkib Subutai, Gilm formed an invisible shield. Each man had stories etched into his face, scars from battles, the hollowed eyes of men who had stared into death and yet returned. They knew that the man they followed was no ordinary leader. He was a force that bent loyalty, fear, and respect into a single, unstoppable wave. The first major challenge arose near the Khenti Mountains. A coalition of rival clans had fortified themselves in a valley. They had numbers, yes, and terrain, but they lacked vision. Genghis dismounted, touching the earth. "See how the wind moves," he whispered to Subutai. "Notice the scent. The grass tells stories." By nightfall, the Mongols had surrounded the valley with silence and patience, moving like shadows. When dawn came, they attacked not with reckless force, but with orchestration. Archers rained arrows that darkened the sun, cavalry struck from unexpected directions, and warriors moved with a precision the enemy could not comprehend. Within hours, the valley was under Genghis's control, the leaders captured and spared only after pledging loyalty. Victory was never enough. Each conquest sharpened him, not like a sword, but like ice carving through bone. Every night, he would retreat to his tent, alone, and stare at the stars. He remembered his father's death, the hunger, the betrayals, the night sport had been taken, the faces of those he had lost. And from that pain, he drew strength. Not vengeance, but understanding. The steppe demanded clarity, not chaos. Years passed, and his empire grew, stretching across rivers and mountains, over deserts and forests. Cities that once scoffed at the Mongol horse now bowed before them. He introduced laws, meritocracy, and unbreakable loyalty. No noble could command without the Khan's sanction. No soldier could betray without consequence. Yet, for all his ruthlessness, he was known for fairness. He rewarded loyalty with wealth, protection, and opportunity. Creating a culture where men served not for fear alone, but for pride and honor. But expansion brought challenges beyond the steppe. The Khwarezmian Empire, rich and sprawling, ignored the subtle warnings of envoys. Genghis's letters went unanswered, traitors were seized, and the impious insult became a challenge too great to ignore. Genghis, ever patient, had considered many strategies: espionage, diplomacy, selective strikes. But Khwarizm's pride blinded them. When the army finally approached, the campaign was swift, ruthless, and terrifying. Entire cities fell, sometimes before the enemy even understood the danger. Rivers carried bodies. Forests echoed with the cries of survivors. Genghis rode through the devastation, not with glee, but with the cold understanding of necessity. Every action was calculated, every decision weighed against the empire's future. Yet even amidst conquest, he attended to governance. Captured engineers, built bridges. Scholars were employed to improve administration. Trade routes were secured and protected. The Mongol Empire was not simply about destruction, it was about order in chaos. And everywhere he went, the men, women, and children who had suffered under tyrants whispered his name with awe and fear. By the time he returned to Mongolia, his empire spanned more land than any had dreamed possible. Yet Genghis Khan, the boy who had lost everything, the man who had faced death and betrayal countless times, knew that the most difficult battles were still ahead, not on the battlefield, but in securing his legacy. He called his sons, one by one. "The empire is yours to hold," he said. "But remember, loyalty is more valuable than gold. Strength without wisdom is empty. Power without justice is fleeting." And as he gazed at the vast plains stretching endlessly into the horizon, he understood the truth that had guided him since childhood. Life is fleeting, but the will to shape it, unyielding, relentless. Eternal could carve a name into the memory of the world itself. The sun set behind the distant mountains. Genghis Khan, mounted on his white horse, rode slowly through the fields he had conquered, not as a ruler over men, but as a storm walking among the earth, a force that would echo through time long after he was gone. The autumn winds swept across the western steppes, carrying the scent of smoke and distant mountains. Genghis Khan's body, once unstoppable, now betrayed him. Pain radiated through his chest, his breathing shallow and uneven. Yet he refused to show weakness, not to his generals, not to his sons, not to the world that had learned to fear his presence. He rode slowly, white horse beneath him, snorting and stamping impatiently. As the Mongol army moved like a shadowed river behind him, the western Shaya and Shishaya kingdoms lay ahead, fortified and tense, unaware that the storm approaching them was commanded by a man whose body was failing, but whose mind remained sharper than any blade. Bort rode nearby, keeping silent, her hand lightly resting on his. She had seen him conquer mountains and rivers, but she also knew this battle was different. It was against time, against his own mortality. She looked at him, noting the sweat glistening on his fur-lined armor, the stiffness in his joints. Yet even now, his eyes burned with relentless determination. The first clashes were brutal. Archers released volleys that darkened the morning sky. Siege engines hurled stones that shattered walls and towers. Entire garrisons surrendered or fled before the name of Genghis Khan had even been spoken aloud. His sons Gadai, Tului, and Chagatai rode at his side, learning once again that leadership in the Mongol Empire required not just strength, but vision, fearlessness, and sometimes ruthlessness. At night, when the campfires crackled and the wind whispered through the tents, Genghis would sit alone, leaning against a log or the side of his tent. Pain knotted his body, but his mind raced. He thought of his empire stretching from the Pacific to the Caspian, and yet he knew that empires could crumble faster than armies could march. He thought of his sons, their ambition and loyalty, and the dangers that would come once he was gone. He thought of the men who had served him for decades, of their oaths and their fear of what would happen if the loyalty he had forged through blood and victory began to fracture. Tolui, always close, knelt beside him one night. "Father, you must rest," he said softly. Genghis smiled faintly, his teeth showing through a pale line. "Rest is for the weak," he whispered. "The strong do not wait for death to rest." But Tolui saw it, his father's hands trembling, his breathing uneven, the shadow of mortality in his eyes. He touched his father's arm. "Strength alone cannot hold the empire. You must teach us, father, before it is too late." Genghis's gaze softened. "I have taught you everything a Khan can teach," he said. "But remember this, power is not in swords alone. It is in loyalty, fear, respect, and the understanding that men must follow not because you demand, but because they believe in you." The final campaigns pressed on. Cities fell, fortresses surrendered, rivers and mountains were crossed as if mere lines on a map. Yet Genghis felt every moment in his weakening body. He would occasionally slump against his horse, his generals assisting him quietly. "And still," he commanded, with a voice that shook men to their core, directing the movements of thousands, orchestrating attacks, securing supply lines, and crushing resistance. One evening, after a particularly grueling battle, he dismounted and walked among the soldiers. He saw the fatigue etched on their faces, the hunger, the fear, and he spoke to them not of conquest, but of honor. "You fight for the steppe, you fight for your families, you fight for the eternal blue sky. Remember this, and nothing will destroy you." Even as the Mongols continued to advance, the shadow of death crept closer. Fever burned, injuries throbbed, but he refused to let it show. Every command he gave, every plan he made, every strategy enacted, was a final gift to the empire he had forged from nothing. And deep within the desert winds, under the cover of moonlight and snow, he began to prepare for the moment he would leave the world not as a defeated man, but as a conqueror whose name would echo across centuries. The night was colder than the men expected. The desert winds swept across the camp, carrying dust and the scent of distant fires. Inside the largest tent, a handful of loyal generals moved in silence, preparing for the journey that would keep the empire from knowing the truth. Genghis Khan's body lay wrapped in thick hides, his face partially covered, so that no eyes but the chosen few could see the stillness that had replaced the fire of life. Tolui, his hands calloused and steady despite grief, oversaw the final arrangements. Each warrior present had sworn an oath that could not be broken. The stakes were higher than any battlefield. The survival of the empire itself rested on secrecy, discretion, and precision. Gedai, standing a short distance away, felt the weight of destiny pressing on his shoulders. Though he had been declared successor, the knowledge of his father deafened the uncertainty of his ability to lie gnawed at him like a persistent wind. He watched the soldiers carry the wrapped body onto the waiting sleds. Noting the silence, the way the horses responded to the command, the subtle fear in men's faces, they moved under the cover of night, across frozen rivers and blackened plains, stopping only when the distance was far enough that no one could track them. The desert seemed to swallow their path, erasing footprints and hoofbeats alike. Even the riverbeds were redirected. Engineers and slaves pressed into service to hide the final resting place. Meanwhile, in the western regions of the empire, the news of the Khan's absence began to stir rumors. Traders whispered in distant markets. Rival tribes tested the boundaries of loyalty. Every village, every settlement became a question mark. A potential threat to the fragile unity of the Mongol Empire. Tolui understood what was at stake. He knew that if even a single whisper of the Khan's death reached the wrong ears, the carefully built structure of fear and respect could collapse. Generals spoke in hushed tones, plotting ways to protect Geday's authority while continuing to move forward with campaigns. As they approached a remote valley far from the familiar plains, Tolui ordered the men to stop. They lowered the sleds into a concealed ravine, marking no sign of graves. Only a handful of warriors stayed behind to guard the burial, their loyalty sworn to the point of death. When the final shovelful of earth fell, silence reigned. No song, no lamentation, only the whispering wind, as if the steppe itself mourned. For Geday, watching his brother and the loyal men execute the burial was a lesson in leadership he could not forget. The empire needed strength, yes, but it also needed deception, patience, and courage unseen by ordinary men. He understood, for the first time fully, that ruling was not merely commanding armies. It was manipulating the threads of fear, respect, and loyalty, all while remaining human enough to guide those around you. In the following weeks, the army returned to the capital. Rumors had begun to spread, yet the disciplined silence enforced by Tolui and the generals kept the larger population ignorant. Tolui worked tirelessly, assisting Gedai, correcting minor uprisings before they escalated, maintaining order in the villages, and quelling discontent among the nobles. Gedai observed all of this, realizing the enormity of the role his brother had played and the magnitude of what he must now uphold. He knew that every decision, every command, every slight misstep could ignite chaos. But he also knew that the foundation laid by Genghis Khan, discipline, fear, loyalty, and calculated mercy, was strong enough to carry the empire forward. And yet, somewhere deep in the shadowed corners of the empire, rival princes and ambitious generals began to stir. They had not seen the burial. They had not felt the oath that had bound Tolui and Gedai to silence. They only felt opportunity. In those quiet nights, plots formed, subtle, dangerous, and patient, waiting for the moment when the ruler's eyes would be distracted, when the empire's gaze would falter. Tolui, aware of the undercurrents, trained his body and mind to face threats not just on the battlefield, but within the intricate corridors of power. Gedai, meanwhile, sat long into the nights in the main tent, studying maps, letters, and reports. He rehearsed the future, imagining campaigns, defense strategies, and alliances. all while holding in his heart the memory of a father whose presence had been as vast and powerful as the steppe itself. The empire had survived the loss of its founder. Now it would be tested in ways that would define the strength, cunning, and endurance of a new generation of Mongol leaders. The morning sun rose over Karakoram, casting long, golden shadows across the plains. Gedai Khan, now the undisputed ruler, surveyed his capital with eyes that had inherited the weight of a father he barely remembered in moments of peace. The streets were alive with merchants, soldiers, and citizens. Yet beneath the surface stirred tension, ambition, and fear, the invisible currents that could either lift an empire or tear it apart. He moved through his court, listening carefully. Advisors presented maps, generals reported from distant fronts, and nobles whispered promises of loyalty while hiding questions behind smiles. Every interaction was a calculation. Every word had the potential to sway alliances or spark rebellion. Gedai had been trained for this moment. Yet no training could fully prepare a man for the reality of ruling in the shadow of Genghis Khan. Tolia's absence weighed heavily on him. The sacrifices of his brother, the strategies he had silently implemented, the men who had bled and died to protect the empire, as unitile of it pressed on Gedai's shoulders. He could feel it in the look of every soldier, the hesitation of every noble, and the subtle envy of his own siblings. Leadership was no longer a concept. It was a burden that demanded constant vigilance. One afternoon, news arrived of unrest in the northern tribes. A collection of clans had refused tribute, claiming that the death of the great Khan had weakened the empire. Gedai summoned his generals immediately. Maps were unfurled, and scouts' reports laid bare the situation. The tribes had fortified passes, hidden in valleys, and awaited the Mongols' advance. Gedai leaned over the table, tracing lines with his finger. "If we strike directly," he said, voice steady but sharp, "we risk losses. If we divide our forces, we risk disunity. We must move with precision, not haste." Subutai, ever calm, nodded. "A coordinated strike at dawn. We lure them into the open. Their pride will be their undoing." Jeev added, "We can also send envoys under pretense of peace. They will underestimate us, as always. Then the storm will fall." Gedai listened. His mind raced. Every decision carried the weight of life and death, of loyalty and betrayal, of the empire's survival. Unlike his father, he could not rely on the fear of the name alone. He needed strategy, cunning, and foresight. That night, Gedai walked alone along the outskirts of the camp. He thought of Tolui, of Genghis, and of the vast empire stretching from the Pacific to the Caspian. He could hear the wind whisper through the tents, carrying rumors and secrets alike. Somewhere in those shadows, rivals plotted. Somewhere, ambition waited. Somewhere, the next challenge had already begun. He tightened the fur cloak around his shoulders. "I will not fail them," he whispered to the stars. "I will hold what Father created. I will protect this empire, even if I must carry the weight alone." By dawn, the army moved with silent precision. Cavalry swept across plains. Scouts reported enemy positions, and archers readied themselves for volleys that would darken the sun. Tribes that thought they could resist the Mongols quickly learned the cost of misjudging Gedai's command. Victory came, not with the brute force of his father's campaigns, but with discipline, strategy, and an unyielding resolve that even death itself seemed to respect. Yet within the capital, subtle intrigue never ceased. Siblings, generals, and nobles tested boundaries, measured loyalties, and whispered in shadowed corridors. Gedai knew that maintaining control was more than winning battles. It was understanding men, reading intentions, and ensuring the balance of power never tipped too far. Every decision, every conversation, every command became a thread in a web that could protect or undo the empire. And through it all, the memory of Genghis Khan lingered, not just as a father or a legend, but as the force that had carved the Mongols into a storm across continents. Gedai felt the presence of his father's vision in every soldier's step, every campfire, and every conquered valley. It reminded him that leadership was eternal vigilance, a test that never ended, and that the empire's survival depended not only on armies, but on courage, wisdom, and the ability to act when others faltered. The plains gave way to forests and rivers as Gedai's armies moved westward, their pace unrelenting. For weeks, scouts rode ahead, mapping every hill, every river crossing, every village that might resist or surrender. The soldiers were seasoned, trained in a way that few armies in the world could match. Their discipline was terrifying to those who underestimated them, and their loyalty was forged in the fires of countless battles. Under the command of men who understood the art of war beyond mere force. Rumors of this approaching storm had reached Europe, whispered across the kingdoms. Small armies gathered hastily, hastened by fear, yet poorly coordinated, divided by petty rivalries. Unfamiliar with the speed and precision of the Mongol cavalry, Gedai studied reports carefully, consulting with Subutai and Gib. They did not underestimate the enemy. Underestimating had cost them nothing under Genghis, and would cost them nothing under Gedai either. When the first clash came near the Hungarian plains, the Mongol army split into smaller, coordinated units, encircling villages and fortresses before the defenders could even understand the threat. Archers struck from hidden positions, and riders flanked unsuspecting soldiers with such speed that entire battalions surrendered without a fight. Communication was instant, the army moving as one organism, a storm without a single weak spot. In one skirmish, a fortified town resisted. Gedai watched as siege engines were set up, stones and fire raining from above. Yet even as the attackers fell, the Mongols adapted. Hidden pathways through the forest allowed riders to attack supply lines. Villagers and local troops fled in panic. By sunset, the town lay under Mongol control, not because of brute force alone, but because strategy, patience, and fear had broken the defenders' will. Every evening, Gedai and his generals gathered around maps illuminated by firelight. They discussed movements, anticipated counterattacks, and refined strategies. The Mongols were learning European terrain quickly, how rivers could be crossed, how forests could conceal ambushes, how local lords thought in predictable patterns. Gedai's mind raced. Each decision could mean life or death for thousands, and he carried the burden without complaint. The advance into Poland and Hungary was marked by speed and precision. Cavalry raids struck towns before reinforcements could arrive, creating panic. Messages were sent to neighboring kingdoms, spreading confusion and fear. Subutai and Gebe coordinated multiple fronts, ensuring that no army could regroup without encountering overwhelming force. Yet Gedai never celebrated cruelty for its own sake. He ensured that supply lines were maintained, that civilians who submitted were spared unnecessary bloodshed, and that disciplined obedience was rewarded. The Mongol army became a force not only feared, but strangely respected for its methodical efficiency. By the time they reached the Danube, rumors of their approach had caused entire regions to mobilize. Kingdoms hastily formed coalitions, trying to gather enough men to face the unstoppable wave. But the Mongols had already learned, adapted, and outmaneuvered them. They struck where the enemy expected it least. Feigned retreats to draw armies into traps, and coordinated multi-pronged assaults with terrifying synchronization. Gedai, mounted on his white horse, watched from a hilltop. The empire's reach had grown far beyond the steppes. And the ghost of Genghis's legacy moved in every arrow, every tactic, every disciplined maneuver. Yet in his heart, he understood the limits of control. The farther west they went, the more difficult it became to maintain unity. Every battle won was a test not only of force, but of leadership, judgment, and foresight. And still, despite the exhaustion, the cold, and the constant threat of betrayal or miscalculation, Gedai's resolve never wavered. The Mongol Empire, now stretching further than any man had imagined, was a living testament to discipline, strategy, and vision. And somewhere deep in the forests of Europe, the kingdoms that had once mocked the idea of Mongol horses riding across the continent would soon understand the full measure of what Gedai Khan commanded, a storm that moved faster than thought, sharper than any blade, and as unstoppable as the wind itself. The dawn broke over the Carpathian forests, the morning mist hiding the vast Mongol army as it advanced like a living shadow. Gedai Khan watched from a hill, the wind tugging at his fur-lined cloak, the distant sound of river waters blending with the quiet anticipation of battle. His mind was sharp, calculating, and restless. Every village, every ridge, every forest path was noted, recorded, and folded into the strategy that would unfold within hours. Subutai and Gebe moved through the ranks, their eyes like hawks scanning for threats, coordinating movements that no European commander could hope to predict. The Mongol soldiers, mounted on their horses, moved with uncanny silence and coordination. Scouts had already scouted hidden paths, river crossings, and weak points in the enemy's fortifications. Gedai had spent nights studying reports, memorizing terrain, anticipating counterattacks. He knew that speed, deception, and discipline would be their greatest weapon. The first clash came unexpectedly. A coalition of Polish knights and Hungarian soldiers had fortified a valley, assuming that the dense forest would protect them from the Mongol cavalry. But Gedai had foreseen it. Small detachments fanned out, feigning retreat, drawing the knights out of their strong positions. Hidden archers unleashed a deadly volley, arrows blotting out the morning sun. The knights, caught between pursuit and ambush, fell into chaos. Gedai watched calmly, his eyes never leaving the battlefield. Every movement of the Mongol soldiers, every arrow shot, every horse maneuvered into position was orchestrated with precision. Cavalry units struck from multiple directions, forcing the enemy into disarray. Villages and supply lines behind the coalition were seized with minimal resistance, preventing reinforcements and cutting off escape routes. Within hours, the valley was under Mongol control. At night, Gedai convened with his generals beside a riverbank. The map laid out before them, candles flickering in the wind. They planned the next phase. They will regroup, Gedai said quietly. But they will make mistakes. They always do. We must anticipate, not react. Subutai nodded. We move at dawn. Split into 3 divisions. One feigns weakness, the other surrounds. The third cuts supply lines. Their pride and fear will do the rest. Jeeb added, and the knights? They will be drawn into the open by the feint. There, our arrows will decide their fate. Gedai's mind raced. Each division, each feint, each arrow had to be timed perfectly. Even a small error could unravel weeks of preparation. Yet he was patient, meticulous. The kind of commander who could wait 4 days before striking with the precision of a thunderbolt. By mid-morning, the Mongol divisions moved as one. Cavalry swept through the forests, archers positioned on hills fired relentlessly, and the European coalition struggled to understand what was happening. Panic spread faster than reinforcements could arrive. Fortress walls that once seemed impenetrable were surrounded before defenders even knew where the main attack came from. Gedai rode among his generals, observing, directing, calculating. Though sickness and fatigue gnawed at him, he remained composed, his presence alone inspiring his men. They moved like a single organism, relentless, disciplined, and terrifying. By sunset, the battlefield was quiet. Bodies littered the plains. The survivors fled in terror. Horses, arrows, and fire had done their work. But so had strategy and patience. The Mongols had proven that European armies, despite their heavy armor and fortresses, could be outmaneuvered, outsmarted, and outpaced. Yet Gedai knew this was only the beginning. The further west they went, the stronger the resistance would be. Kingdoms would unite, armies would grow, and the threat of betrayal within their own ranks would loom ever larger. He spent that night in contemplation, seated beneath the stars, listening to the distant cries of the wounded and the whispers of the wind through the trees. This empire, he whispered, must endure beyond my lifetime. Strategy, loyalty, and discipline. These will carry it, even if my body falters, even if time itself dares to challenge us. And so, the Mongol Empire pressed on, a force of calculated terror and relentless precision, moving across foreign lands, shaping the destiny of Europe and the known world. Under the unyielding command of Gedai Kantha, heir to a storm his father had begun, now mastering it in his own relentless way, the Mongol army moved deeper into Central Europe. The forests and rivers becoming more challenging with each passing day. Gedai Khan rode at the forefront, his white horse carrying him steadily despite fatigue gnawing at his body. The recent victories in Poland and Hungary had spread fear, but Gedai knew the battle was not yet over. European kingdoms were learning, adapting, and small bands of resistance could easily turn into coordinated forces if underestimated. Scouts returned with reports of an approaching coalition of knights and mercenary soldiers from Bohemia and Austria. They had fortified a narrow valley where the river bent sharply. Assuming that the Mongols could not maneuver through the dense terrain with their cavalry, Gedai studied the map carefully, tracing possible paths with his finger. He saw not only the physical landscape but the psychological terrain, how pride, fear, and overconfidence could be manipulated. "We will split into 3 detachments," he said quietly to Sabutai and Jeeb, their eyes reflecting his determination. "One will lure them from the valley with a feigned retreat. Another will flank from the east. The third will cut off their supplies and escape routes. Timing must be perfect." The plan was executed with deadly precision. At dawn, the Mongols moved silently through the forest, disappearing among the trees, their horses silent, their archers hidden. When the European forces advanced, thinking they had spotted a retreat, they were ambushed from multiple sides. Arrows darkened the sky. Cavalry struck from unexpected angles. The river became a trap for those who tried to flee. The defenders' morale shattered within hours. Their carefully built fortifications, meaningless against the speed and discipline of the Mongols. Gedai observed from a hill, the wind tugging at his cloak, his eyes scanning every movement. He saw not just victory, but the power of strategy, patience, and psychological mastery. Soldiers who had been terrified of his father's name now feared the calculations of his son even more. He allowed no complacency, no hesitation, knowing that the empire's survival depended on constant vigilance. As the day ended, the Mongols gathered the survivors, sparing those who surrendered and executing those who resisted without cause. Gedai moved among his generals, discussing the next phase: communication with allies, fortification of newly conquered areas, and rapid reconnaissance to anticipate counterattacks. The campaign was far from over, and the lessons learned in Europe would echo for years in the planning of Mongol strategy. That night, Gedai reflected under the stars. The empire stretched farther than ever before, and yet every extension brought new challenges: resistance, treachery, and the fragile balance of loyalty and fear. He understood that ruling an empire required more than armies. It required insight into human nature, a careful orchestration of trust and authority, and the patience to strike when the moment was right. Europe had seen the storm, but it had not yet understood it. Gedai knew that the coming months would test not only his generals and soldiers, but also his own ability to maintain control over a realm larger and more complex than any Mongol had ever commanded. And so, the Mongol Empire pressed onward. Its cavalry, like shadows in the forests and plains, striking with precision, speed, and terrifying coordination, while its young Khan Gedai carried the weight of his father's legacy and the future of an empire stretching across continents. The Mongol army had advanced past the Danube, the landscape changing from open plains to dense forests and rocky hills. Gedai Khan's generals rode beside him, their expressions taut with focus. Intelligence had reported a coalition of European forces forming near the borders of Moravia and Bohemia. Unlike the earlier skirmishes, this enemy was prepared, organized, and determined, not a hastily assembled militia, but knights and soldiers aware of Mongol tactics and bent on halting their advance. Gedai studied the terrain with a keen eye. Narrow passes, river crossings, and elevated ridges could easily trap an army, but he had learned from every battle so far. He devised a plan that relied not on brute force, but on deception, speed, and precise coordination. Subutai would lead a detachment to feign an attack on the eastern flank. Jib would maneuver through hidden forest paths to strike the enemy rear, and Gedai himself would command the central force, maintaining flexibility and control over the battlefield. At dawn, the Mongols moved with their usual silence. Horses padded over soft soil, riders invisible among the misted forests. From the heights, European scouts spotted movement and misjudged it as the main force retreating. The Mongols had anticipated this. Subutai's detachment appeared to withdraw, drawing the enemy knights into a trap. While Jib's cavalry emerged suddenly from the woods, striking with devastating force. Arrows darkened the sky like a deadly storm, and the sound of hooves and cries echoed through the valleys. Gedai rode among his generals, noting each maneuver, each hesitation, each reaction from the enemy. The battle was not just physical, it was psychological. The Europeans were disciplined, armored, and determined. But the relentless precision of the Mongols broke their formation. Within hours, what had been a confident coalition was thrown into confusion, retreat, and surrender. By evening, the valley was under Mongol control. Gedai ensured that prisoners were treated carefully, understanding that mercy could reinforce loyalty in some and fear in others. He also established supply lines and communication posts to secure their position before moving forward. Discipline, strategy, and foresight had turned a potentially risky encounter into a decisive victory. That night, as the fires of the camp flickered against the shadows of the forest, Gedai reflected on the immense responsibility that had been thrust upon him. The empire was vast, stretching across lands his father had only dreamed of uniting. Each conquest brought new challenges: resistance from local rulers, fatigue among soldiers, and the constant threat of betrayal. He realized that victory on the battlefield was only one aspect of leadership. Maintaining the empire required understanding human nature, balancing fear and respect, and anticipating moves not only from enemies, but also from allies, generals, and even his own family. Toli's memory remained a guiding force. Though gone, his brother's strategic genius and unflinching loyalty served as a model for Gedai, reminding him that strength alone was not enough. He needed cunning, patience, and relentless vigilance. Every decision carried the weight of thousands of lives and the fate of an empire. The Mongols slept lightly, aware that another challenge awaited with the sunrise. The European kingdoms would regroup, reinforce, and attempt countermeasures. But Gedai's resolve was unwavering. He had inherited a storm, honed by his father, and he would wield it across forests, rivers, and mountains, shaping history with every calculated strike. The empire pressed onward, a living testament to discipline, foresight, and the unyielding command of a Khan who carried both the weight of his father's legacy and the burden of forging his own path in the relentless expansion of the Mongol Empire. The Mongol army continued its relentless march through Central Europe, moving from valley to valley, river to river. Gedaikan rode at the center of his forces, his white horse steady beneath him despite the fatigue that crept into his bones. Reports had arrived of a fortified city ahead, its walls high, gates reinforced, and defenders determined. Unlike previous villages and small towns, this stronghold would test the Mongols' strategy, patience, and coordination. Gedai summoned Subutai and Jib for consultation. "This city is well prepared," he said, tracing the terrain with his hand. "A direct assault will cost too many lives. We must divide, deceive, and strike where they least expect." Subutai nodded, already calculating the approach. "We can use the river on their eastern side. A small force will appear to attack, drawing them out. Meanwhile, hidden eunuchs can flank the walls and sabotage the gates. Their pride will be their weakness." Jeb added, "And if they retreat to the inner keep, we will use siege engines, carefully placed, to force surrender without unnecessary loss. Discipline will win more than brute force." At dawn, the Mongol cavalry moved silently through the forests surrounding the city. Smoke from previous skirmishes hung in the air, mingling with morning mist. Archers positioned in the trees let loose a deadly rain of arrows at strategic points, forcing the defenders to respond. At the same time, feint attacks drew enemy soldiers from their strong positions, making them vulnerable to flanking maneuvers. Gedai watched from a ridge, analyzing every movement. Soldiers advanced, retreated, repositioned all according to his design. Cavalry cut off supply lines, preventing reinforcements, while siege engines began their work in the distance. Hours passed, the sun climbing higher, yet the Mongols maintained patience, striking precisely when opportunity arose. By afternoon, breaches were made in the outer walls. Fear spread among the defenders as Mongol forces infiltrated key positions. The inner keep, though formidable, could not hold indefinitely against such coordinated pressure. Gedai ordered the final push, but with discipline. Prisoners were taken, non-combatants protected, and the army's morale maintained. That evening, the city was under Mongol control. The victory was significant not just for its strategic location, but for the demonstration of the Mongol Empire's ability to conquer fortified positions using strategy over sheer numbers. Gedai rode through the captured streets, observing his soldiers maintaining order, ensuring that chaos did not undermine their accomplishments. In his tent that night, Gedai considered the campaign so far. The European forces had begun to recognize the pattern of Mongol attacks, adapting and fortifying positions, but the Empire's strength lay in adaptability, discipline, and foresight. He thought of the countless villages, towns, and cities yet to be encountered, the varying terrains, and the unpredictable strategies of local lords. Each challenge would test not only his generals and soldiers but also his ability to maintain cohesion, authority, and vision over a vast and growing empire. Tolui's absence lingered in his mind. The sacrifices of his brother, the wisdom he had imparted, and the loyalty he inspired were lessons Gedai carried with him on every decision. The Mongol Empire was more than an army, it was a living entity, responsive to leadership, discipline, and the strategic brilliance inherited from Genghis Khan. The Mongol cavalry slept lightly that night, ready for the next advance. Gedai gazed at the stars, knowing that the storm he led would continue to sweep across Europe, shaping history, influencing kingdoms, and proving that the empire he commanded was unstoppable, not because of force alone, but because of discipline, foresight, and the unyielding will of a Khan determined to honor his father's legacy and expand it beyond imagination. The following weeks brought Gedai's army deeper into the heart of Europe. The forests thickened, rivers became wider, and the terrain tested even the seasoned Mongol cavalry. News arrived from scouts. Local lords had begun forming alliances across regions, gathering knights and mercenaries, hoping to halt the Mongol advance. Gedai understood the stakes each encounter now was not merely a battle, but a confrontation of strategy, will, and political cunning. The army approached a fortified city on the border of Bohemia, its walls high and gates reinforced with iron. Gedai convened his generals beside a flickering fire, the air cold and heavy with anticipation. "We do not underestimate them," he said, tracing the map with his finger. "Every stone, every wall, every soldier may test us. We act with patience, precision, and cunning." Subutai proposed a multi-pronged strategy. One force would feign an assault on the eastern gate, drawing defenders into an ambush. Another would circle through hidden forest paths to strike the rear, and a third, under Gedai's direct command, would coordinate siege engines and cavalry to prevent escape. Jib added the psychological element, spread rumors among the city that a larger army awaited them outside, fostering fear and uncertainty. The execution began at dawn. Cavalry moved silently through wooded hills, scouts signaling positions with subtle gestures. The feigned attack drew knights from their walls, while hidden archers unleashed a storm of arrows from the treetops. Panic spread within the city as reinforcements were cut off, and the defenders realized too late that they had fallen into a trap meticulously designed. Gedai observed every movement, calculating not only the outcome of the battle, but the morale of his soldiers. He understood that fear and respect could be as decisive as swords and arrows. As the outer walls fell, the Mongols ensured order within the city. Non-combatants were spared, prisoners carefully managed, and looting strictly controlled to maintain discipline. Victory was complete, but it was measured, deliberate, and orchestrated to strengthen the empire's authority rather than merely satisfy conquest. Beyond the battlefield, political intrigue simmered. Gedai received messages from nobles, some pledging loyalty, others subtly testing the new Khan's resolve. Managing these relationships required a balance of intimidation, diplomacy, and reward. He held councils, delegated responsibilities to trusted generals, and ensured that every administrative move reinforced the empire's control over newly conquered territories. Soldiers too faced mental and physical challenges. Long marches, harsh weather, and continuous battles tested their endurance. Yet they remained loyal, inspired by Gedai's presence and the memory of his father's legacy. He made it clear that discipline, strategy, and shared purpose were essential not only for survival, but for the continuation of the empire. As night fell over the conquered city, Gedai stood atop the walls, gazing at the rivers and forests stretching beyond the horizon. He understood that the Mongol Empire's strength lay not only in conquest but in governance, psychological mastery, and foresight. Every battle won, every city secured, every alliance forged or broken was a thread in the vast tapestry of power he was weaving. The storm that had begun under Genghis Khan now moved westward under Gedai, precise, unstoppable, and calculated. Europe had witnessed the force of Mongol arms, but the true mastery was in leadership, strategy, and the careful orchestration of fear, respect, and loyalty, a lesson that would shape history for generations to come. The Mongol army pressed further into Central Europe, moving through winding rivers, dense forests, and rugged hills. Each day tested the soldiers' endurance. but Gedai Khan's leadership kept them disciplined. The memory of their victories in Poland and Hungary, combined with the careful strategy and guidance of Subutai and Gib, kept morale high despite exhaustion. Reports reached Gedai that a coalition of European lords was assembling near a fortified city along the Moravian border. This force was larger and better organized than previous encounters. Knights clad in armor, trained infantry, and archers prepared to resist. The city itself was heavily fortified, its walls reinforced with iron and stone, and the gates heavily guarded. It was an opportunity to demonstrate not only military strength but the Mongol mastery of strategy and psychological warfare. Gedai convened his generals beside a fire as dawn approached. "We cannot rely on fear alone," he said. "We must strike with precision, patience, and intelligence. Every soldier, every maneuver, every decision counts. We are not just conquering a city, we are securing the future of the empire." Subutai outlined a plan. A feigned frontal assault would lure the knights from the city gates, while a hidden force maneuvered through forested paths to attack the rear. Jib suggested sending messengers to spread rumors of a larger Mongol army waiting in the valleys, amplifying fear and uncertainty among the defenders. Gedai approved, adding, "We control both the battlefield and the minds of those who oppose us." As the morning mist lifted, the Mongols moved with silent precision. Cavalry swept through hidden trails, scouts relayed enemy positions with hand signals, and archers rained arrows from concealed positions. The defenders, misled by the feigned attack, left the safety of their walls and fell into carefully laid traps. Panic spread quickly. The knights' formations fractured under pressure, and confusion rippled through the city. Gedai watched from a ridge, analyzing every action. The Mongols had mastered not just brute force but strategy and psychology. When the outer walls were breached, non-combatants were protected, prisoners carefully managed, and looting was minimized to maintain order and morale. Victory was achieved with discipline, precision, and foresight rather than chaos. Beyond the battlefield, Gedai faced the challenges of governance. Nobles and local leaders, uncertain of the new Khan's authority, attempted to test boundaries. Gedai established councils, appointed loyal administrators, and implemented strict but fair laws to stabilize conquered territories. He understood that an empire's strength relied on both military conquest and effective administration. The soldiers' lives were harsh and demanding, marching through foreign lands, enduring unpredictable weather, facing constant threats of ambush, and living with the ever-present danger of battle took a toll on their bodies and minds. Yet the army remained loyal. Inspired by the Khan's leadership and the vision of an empire extending across continents, discipline, shared purpose, and the careful reward of merit reinforced their resolve. That night, as fires flickered across the captured city, Gedai surveyed the lands beyond the walls. He reflected on the empire's expansion, the delicate balance between fear and respect, and the need to anticipate both allies' and enemies' moves. Each city secured, each alliance forged, and each rebellion suppressed was a thread in the intricate web of Mongol power. The European kingdoms had felt the Mongol storm, but they had yet to understand its full scope. Gedai knew that future battles would test not only strategy but diplomacy, loyalty, and administration. The Mongol Empire was a living entity, and he, as its Khan, carried the responsibility to guide it with intelligence, foresight, and unyielding resolve. As dawn broke again, the Mongol cavalry prepared to move. The empire stretched farther than ever, its soldiers ready to face new battles, new challenges, and new lands. Getty's leadership ensured that the Mongol storm would continue unstoppable, precise and calculated, shaping history in a way that would echo across generations. The Mongol army moved steadily westward, leaving the newly captured Moravian stronghold behind. But their victories had sent ripples across Euro-Pripples that were quickly turning into waves. Scouts returned with urgent reports. Several European lords had gathered not just soldiers, but advisors, foreign mercenaries, and even small groups of seasoned veterans who had previously fought in the Crusades. These men were experienced, disciplined, and far less likely to break under fear alone. Gedai Khan listened quietly as his scouts described the enemy's growing preparations. A coalition was forming near the river valleys of Austria, where thick forests met wide water channels that were difficult for cavalry to navigate. The defenders believed that the Mongols, known for their speed and mobility, would struggle in such a landscape. Gedai called a council with Subutai Gib and a few trusted commanders. A map lay before them, lit by 4 burning torches. "The Austrians are preparing to make their stand here," Subutai said, pointing to a narrow stretch between 2 rivers. "If we charge blindly, they will trap us between water and forest." Jeeb leaned forward. "Their strength is in the terrain, so we will make the terrain their weakness." Gedai's expression remained calm, but his mind calculated rapidly. "We strike from darkness," he said softly. "We mislead them. And most importantly, we prevent them from uniting fully. A divided enemy is twice as weak." That night, Mongol scouts slipped silently through the woods, marking enemy supply routes and studying the defenders' campfires. They returned with crucial intelligence. The European coalition was poorly coordinated. Austrian, Bavarian, and smaller local forces had gathered, but their leaders each wanted command. They argued among themselves, weakening morale even before the first arrow flew. Gedai saw an opportunity. At dawn, the Mongols launched a small attack, swift, sharp, and sudden, just enough to trigger panic, but not enough to commit the entire army. The Austrian and Bavarian leaders reacted differently, issuing conflicting orders. Some knights charged forward blindly, while others demanded defensive positions. Chaos spread. Then came the second phase. Subutai led a hidden force through the dense woods. Emerging from behind the enemy lines where they least expected an attack, Jib simultaneously cut off the coalition's supply wagons, setting fire to their provisions. Smoke drifted across the battlefield, confusing both horses and soldiers. Gedai watched it unfold from a ridge. He saw confusion turning into desperation. Knights trapped between forest and Mongol arrows struggled to maintain formation. The coalition began to collapse not because of weakness, but because of disunity. By late afternoon, the battlefield was filled with the cries of defeat. The surviving European soldiers retreated toward the riverbanks, but Mongol cavalry had already secured those routes. Many surrendered. Others tried to swim across the cold waters, only to be swept away by the current. As the dust settled, Gedai ordered the treatment of captives with fairness. Some were questioned, others released to spread the message of Mongol strength and discipline. This became part of his strategy, not just military victory, but psychological dominance. Inside the Mongol camp that evening, the soldiers rested around small fires. They were exhausted from constant marching and fighting, yet their spirits remained high. They trusted their Khan. They trusted the system that rewarded merit, honored discipline, and punished recklessness. Even in the foreign forests of Europe, the Mongol army operated with the same cohesion they had in the steppes of Mongolia. Gedai walked among them, speaking little but observing everything. He noticed a young archer repairing his bowstring, a veteran tending to his wounded horse, and a group of scouts discussing the next potential move. These small details, he knew, were what made the Mongol army unstoppable, not just tactics, but unity, loyalty, and shared purpose. Later, in his tent, Gedai reviewed new intelligence. More European lords were calling for reinforcements. Rumors of the Mongol storm had spread across castles and courts. Some planned to flee. Others vowed to make their final stand. Gedai understood that the next phase of the campaign would be even more complex. It would test not only military power but diplomacy, intimidation, and administration. The empire stretched across continents, and every expansion demanded stability behind the front lines. As the moon rose above the dark forests, the Khan closed his map slowly. The next battle would define the future of the European front end, perhaps the future of the Mongol Empire itself. The storm was far from over. The Mongol army advanced toward a major city along the Danube, its walls towering and gates heavily fortified. Rumors had spread that the inhabitants were preparing for a desperate stand, stockpiling food, reinforcing walls, and hiring mercenaries from neighboring regions. Gedai Khan studied the city from a hilltop, noting every wall, tower, and river crossing. He understood that a frontal assault would be costly. Instead, patience and strategy would win this day. Subutai suggested a multi-phase approach. We will feign attacks on the northern gate to draw their knights forward. Hidden units will strike at weak points along the eastern wall. Meanwhile, we cut off their supply lines, preventing reinforcements and weakening morale. Jib added a psychological tactic. We spread word among the city's inhabitants that a far larger Mongol force waits in the forests to the south. Fear will compound confusion. At dawn, Mongol cavalry moved silently through the woods. Scouts had marked hidden paths, and archers positioned in trees unleashed precise volleys at key points. As predicted, knights charged toward the northern gate, believing they had spotted the main force. Subutai's troops disappeared into the shadows, encircling the attackers and cutting them off from retreat. The city erupted into chaos. Fires burned along the supply warehouses, arrows rained from every unseen direction, and confusion spread among both defenders and citizens. Local militias, poorly trained compared to the Mongol warriors, quickly fell apart. Panic overtook organized resistance, and by midday, the outer walls were breached in multiple locations. Gedai observed from a nearby ridge. He did not rush his forces. Discipline was key. Soldiers moved methodically, securing gates, protecting civilians who surrendered, and ensuring prisoners were handled according to Mongol code. The Mongols' strength lay not only in battle but in order, organization, and psychological mastery. Meanwhile, behind the walls, political tensions simmered. Local lords blamed one another for the city's defenses, arguing over command, strategy, and cowardice. Geday's scouts relayed these quarrels, giving him a clear picture of divisions that could be exploited in future campaigns. Leadership, he knew, extended beyond the battlefield. It included managing information, controlling narratives, and understanding the human mind. Inside the Mongol camp, soldiers faced the constant hardship of long marches, harsh weather, and battles fought under unrelenting pressure. Yet loyalty to Gedai, combined with the knowledge that merit and discipline were rewarded, kept morale intact. Veterans trained the younger soldiers, nurses tended to the wounded, and scouts prepared for the next reconnaissance. Every individual contributed to the cohesion and strength of the army. By nightfall, the city was under Mongol control. Fires still smoldered, but order was restored. Gedai ensured that local administrators who submitted were allowed to govern under Mongol oversight, reinforcing stability. The victory was not just military, it was political, psychological, and administrative. Gedai walked among his generals that evening, speaking little, observing much. The Mongol Empire stretched farther than any had imagined, but each conquest revealed new challenges: managing occupied territories, countering rebellion, and maintaining unity across diverse lands and peoples. Every decision carried immense weight, and the young Khan bore it with patience and resolve. As the moon rose over the Danube, Geday's thoughts turned westward. Europe had witnessed the Mongol storm, but many regions remained untouched, many armies untested. The coming months would require not only strength and skill in warfare but diplomacy, foresight, and the careful orchestration of loyalty and fear. The Mongol Empire pressed onward, disciplined, precise. An unstoppable force, shaped by the vision of its Khan and the legacy of a father whose shadow still guided every arrow, every maneuver, and every step forward. The Mongol army approached a sprawling city along the Rhine, its walls thick and towers high. News had reached Gedai that the city was preparing a desperate defense: militias, mercenaries from neighboring lands, and even townspeople ready to fight with whatever weapons they could find. The city's gates were reinforced, and the streets were barricaded. Gedai studied the map carefully, noting every bridge, tower, and hidden alley. A direct assault would be costly, but patience and strategy could achieve victory without excessive loss. He convened Subutai and Gi beside a flickering campfire. This will not be like the smaller towns. Here, the citizens fight as much as the knights. We must combine force, strategy, and psychological pressure, Gedai said, his eyes scanning the dark forest beyond. Subutai nodded. We split into 4 divisions. One feints an attack on the northern gate, drawing the knights into the open. Another moves along the river to block escape. The third, hidden in the woods, will strike the rear walls. And the fourth secures supply lines and watches for reinforcements. Jeeb added, we spread word that the Mongol army is far larger than it appears. Panic and rumors will weaken morale before any arrow is loosed. At dawn, the Mongols advanced silently. Archers positioned in trees let loose precise volleys, while cavalry moved like shadows through side streets and alleys. The feigned attack drew many knights from the walls, only to be trapped by hidden forces lying in wait. Fires ignited along warehouses and barracks, adding confusion and chaos. Citizens, untrained but fearful, were caught between the Mongol advance and the collapsing defenses. Gedai watched from a ridge, his eyes following every movement. The city trembled under the combination of strategy, speed, and precision. He noticed panic spreading through the defenders' command, their coordination failing as leaders argued and blame shifted. The Mongols exploited every hesitation. By mid-afternoon, breaches were made in multiple walls. Soldiers secured gates, treated prisoners carefully, and protected non-combatants where possible. Discipline and order ensured that the Mongols' control would last, even as fires raged and chaos loomed. Behind the scenes, Gedai managed political and administrative strategy. Local lords who submitted were allowed to retain authority under Mongol supervision. Resistance leaders were questioned, exiled, or executed if necessary. Governance, he knew, was as vital as victory on the battlefield. A conquered city without order would only breed rebellion. Inside the Mongol camp, soldiers tended to their wounds, repaired weapons, and prepared for the next engagement. Morale remained high, even under exhaustion, because the army trusted Gedai's judgment and the fairness of Mongol law. Soldiers discussed strategy among themselves, shared experiences, and learned from veterans. Every individual's role mattered in maintaining cohesion and effectiveness. As night fell, Gedai reflected on the conquest. The Mongol Empire stretched farther than ever, but Europe remained full of challenges: fortified cities, organized resistance, and unpredictable alliances. Every new conquest demanded vigilance, adaptability, and foresight. The empire's strength lay not only in its army, but in its leadership, discipline, and strategic foresight. Under the moonlight, Gedai planned the next moves. Reinforcements were expected from neighboring regions, and new battles loomed. But he was confident. The Mongol storm, precise and relentless, would continue to sweep across Europe. Each victory, each city secured, each alliance forged strengthened the empire. Ensuring that the Mongol legacy built by Genghis Khan and carried forward by Gedai would endure for generations, the Mongol army advanced toward a major fortified city near the Rhine. Its walls tall, gates reinforced, and streets barricaded with carts and timber. Word had spread that the citizens, along with knights and mercenaries, were determined to resist to the last breath. Gedai Khan rode atop a hill, observing the fortifications and the river that looped around the city. A frontal assault would cost too many lives. Instead, strategy, patience, and psychological warfare would be the keys to victory. He summoned Subutai and Jib beside a fire, the cold night air heavy with anticipation. "This is unlike any battle we have fought so far," Gedai said. "The city will fight not only with swords but with fear, anger, and desperation. We must control the battlefield and the minds of those who resist." Subutai unfolded a map. "We divide into 5 units. The northern gate is feigned to draw their knights into traps. A hidden detachment will strike the rear walls. Cavalry will block river crossings to prevent escape. Siege engines are positioned to weaken the walls without excessive loss. And the final unit will manage supply lines and watch for reinforcements." Jib added, "We spread rumors among the city. Panic will become our ally before any arrow is fired. At dawn, the Mongols moved like shadows. cavalry swept through side streets. Archers perched in trees, rained arrows on key positions, and engineers prepared siege equipment. The feigned frontal assault drew knights into an ambush. Fires broke out in warehouses, smoke filling the streets, adding confusion. Citizens, untrained but determined, were caught between collapsing walls and the disciplined Mongol advance. Gedai observed the chaos, noting every hesitation and error by the city defenders. Panic spread through their command as leaders argued, and coordination collapsed. The Mongols exploited every gap. By afternoon, multiple breaches appeared in the walls. Mongol soldiers entered carefully, securing gates, protecting non-combatants, and taking prisoners according to their code. Behind the scenes, Gedai worked to consolidate power. Local leaders who submitted were allowed to govern under Mongol oversight. Rebel leaders were interrogated, exiled, or executed if necessary. Maintaining political stability was as important as battlefield victory. A conquered city without order would only breed rebellion. Meanwhile, the soldiers faced harsh realities. Days of marching, sleepless nights, battles fought in rain and mud, and constant vigilance tested their bodies and minds. Yet discipline, merit-based rewards, and Gedai's presence kept morale high. Veterans trained younger soldiers, tended to the wounded, and prepared reconnaissance for the next engagement. Each individual's contribution was crucial to the Mongol army's cohesion. As night fell, the city was firmly under Mongol control. Fires smoldered, streets were patrolled, and order restored. Gedai reflected on the campaign so far. Europe remained full of challenges: fortified cities, organized resistance, and unpredictable alliances. The Mongol Empire's strength lay not only in military power but in leadership, discipline, strategy, and foresight. Under the moonlight, Gedai planned the next moves. Reinforcements were expected from distant regions, and new battles awaited. Yet he was confident. The Mongol storm, precise and relentless, would continue to sweep across Europe. Each city secured, each rebellion suppressed, each alliance forged strengthened the empire. History itself seemed to bend under the calculated hand of a Khan determined to expand his father's legacy, shaping a future that would echo for generations. The Mongol army had moved past the forests and rivers of Central Europe, now approaching a sprawling city perched atop a rocky hill. Unlike previous towns, this city was famed for its stubborn resistance, wealthy merchants, and deep political ties with surrounding kingdoms. Rumors had reached Gedai that even civilians were preparing barricades and traps inside the narrow streets. Determined to defend their homes with unwavering courage, Gedai convened his generals in the pre-dawn hours. "This city is different," he said, tracing the map with his finger. "Not only do we face soldiers, but a city united by pride, fear, and desperation. Every decision we make will ripple across Europe." Subutai suggested, "We divide our forces into small, highly mobile units. Some will infiltrate the outskirts and sabotage gates. Others will position themselves on hidden ridges to fire arrows at critical points. We do not need a full assault, yet patience is our weapon." Jeeb added, "We also plant rumors that the main Mongol army encircles the city from unseen directions. Let fear weaken their courage before the first sword strikes. As dawn broke, scouts silently infiltrated the city outskirts, mapping guard rotations, hidden passageways, and watchtowers. Engineers worked through the night to construct portable siege devices. Small enough to move silently, yet strong enough to breach walls at precise points. By mid-morning, the Mongols executed a series of feints. Cavalry charged at gates, then withdrew, drawing defenders into the streets where hidden archers awaited. Fires ignited along warehouses and stables, not to destroy, but to create confusion. Civilians and soldiers alike stumbled into ambushes. Unsure where the next threat would emerge, inside the city, the defenders argued among themselves. Merchants wanted to negotiate. Knights demanded battle. Militia leaders blamed each other for lapses in guard. Gaday's spies observed these divisions carefully. A divided enemy was more valuable than any sword. Hours passed, and Mongol units methodically breached outer walls, securing strategic gates and towers. Soldiers showed remarkable restraint, following Gaday's orders to protect non-combatants and maintain discipline. Prisoners were questioned for intelligence, treated according to strict code, and either integrated or released to spread the message of Mongol power. In the Mongol camp, the soldiers' routine reflected the harsh realities of continuous warfare. Horses were tended, bows and armor repaired, and scouts prepared for the next reconnaissance. Young recruits learned from veterans, absorbing lessons of endurance, strategy, and loyalty. Exhaustion pressed against them, but the shared purpose and respect for leadership kept morale intact. By nightfall, the city was under Mongol control, yet unrest lingered. Some local lords still plotted rebellion. Hidden insurgents whispered through alleys. Gedai knew victory on the battlefield was only part of his challenge. The greater task lay in governance, control, and the careful orchestration of loyalty and fear. He walked among his generals that evening, speaking little but observing much. "Every city we take teaches us more," he said. "Europe is not a single battlefield, but a web of politics, pride, and ambition. We must conquer not just walls, but hearts and minds." The moon rose over the rooftops, casting long shadows across the city. Gaday's gaze extended beyond the horizon, toward lands yet untouched, armies yet untested, and challenges yet to come. The Mongol Empire would continue its relentless march, guided by discipline, foresight, and the unyielding will of a Khan determined to expand his father's legacy and shape history itself. The city's streets were narrow and winding, perfect for defenders who knew every corner and alley, yet the Mongols had studied the terrain carefully. Scouts had memorized every twist and hidden passage, noting where barricades were weakest and where fires could create maximum confusion. Gedai Khan's strategy combined timing, precision, and psychological manipulation. The defenders would be exhausted, disoriented, and demoralized before a single full-scale assault began. At dawn, small Mongol units slipped silently into the outskirts. Engineers set fire to abandoned warehouses, creating smoke that drifted through the city. Hidden archers fired from concealed rooftops and towers. Cavalry executed feints, charging and withdrawing to lure knights into deadly ambushes. Inside the city, panic began to spread. Merchants shouted at soldiers to defend their homes. Knights tried to organize counterattacks. Militia leaders blamed each other for every misstep. Gedai had anticipated this. His spies reported each argument, each hesitation, and he adjusted his tactics in real time. He knew that an enemy divided in leadership was already half defeated. By mid-morning, Mongol engineers breached the first outer wall using portable siege devices. Soldiers moved in with discipline, securing gates, guarding non-combatants, and taking prisoners carefully. Women, children, and the elderly were guided to safe zones. Skilled craftsmen and merchants who submitted were allowed to continue their work under Mongol oversight. The psychological impact was immediate. Citizens who had been proud and defiant began to whisper of surrender. Knights realized that courage alone would not hold back the Mongol storm. Rumors of reinforcements arriving from unseen directions fueled fear. Meanwhile, in the Mongol camp outside the city, soldiers faced exhaustion. Weeks of continuous movement, battles, and long nights tested both body and mind. Horses were tended, weapons repaired, and scouts prepared reports for the next day. Young soldiers observed veterans, learning the art of discipline, endurance, and timing. The cohesion of the army relied not on fear alone, but on trust, training, and the shared purpose instilled by Geday's leadership. By evening, the inner city gates were under Mongol control. Fires still smoldered, but the streets were patrolled and order restored. Geday knew that military victory was only one aspect of conquest. Governance and psychological control were equally critical. Local leaders who submitted were integrated into the new administration, while rebels were exiled, imprisoned, or executed to prevent future uprisings. As night fell, Geday walked among his generals, observing the city and his soldiers. "Victory on the field is temporary," he said. "True power comes from order, strategy, and the loyalty of those we govern." His words were not just instructions, but a reflection of the Mongol philosophy. The empire's strength lay in foresight, discipline, and the careful balance of fear and respect. The city was won, but Europe was far from conquered. Beyond the walls, forests, rivers, and distant towns awaited, each with their own armies, leaders, and strategies. Geday's mind raced with possibilities. The next battles would be larger, more complex, and filled with political intrigue, yet the Mongol army, disciplined and united, would meet each challenge with the same precision and foresight that had brought them victory here. Under the moonlight, the city slept uneasily, aware that the Mongol storm was not a fleeting threat, was a force that would reshape kingdoms, cities, and history itself. Geday Khan, riding quietly among his generals, knew that the empire's future depended not only on swords and horses but on strategy, foresight, and the relentless will to expand the Mongol legacy across Europe and beyond. In the early spring of the campaign, Geday Khan's scouts reported the rise of a fortified town nestled along the steep banks of the Elbe River. Unlike the villagers that had quickly fallen before, this town had natural defenses, cliffs on 3 sides and a wide river protecting the front. Its inhabitants were skilled in archery and stonework, having repelled smaller attacks from neighboring lords in the past. Geday convened his generals at dawn. "We face not only walls, but a people determined to resist," he said. "Brute force alone will cost us men. We must be subtle, patient, and precise." He divided his forces differently this time. One unit would scale the cliffs at night, using ropes, and spikes to infiltrate the upper defenses. Another unit, led by Jib, would manipulate the river, diverting small channels to weaken the town's outer walls gradually. Subutai would lead a decoy attack at the main gate, luring defenders out into traps. Meanwhile, Gedai personally supervised reconnaissance missions, ensuring every detail from guard rotations to supply cassis was meticulously documented. As night fell, small teams silently approached the cliffs. Soldiers used hand-forged spikes and ropes, inching along sheer stone faces under moonlight. From below, torches glimmered like fireflies, drawing the attention of sentries. Suddenly, arrows rained down from hidden positions above, sowing panic. Defenders scrambled to hold the walls, while Mongol infiltrators silently opened gates for the main force to enter. Inside the town, chaos reigned. Citizens armed with farming tools attempted to resist, while professional soldiers tried to organize counterattacks. But Mongol discipline and coordination were unmatched. Hidden archers, siege devices, and cavalry maneuvers combined seamlessly to isolate and neutralize pockets of resistance. Meanwhile, Gedai dealt with the political aftermath. Local leaders who survived were given conditional authority under Mongol oversight, tasked with maintaining order among the population. Those who resisted were carefully interrogated. Some were executed, others exiled to prevent future uprisings. He understood that the longevity of conquest depended on the careful management of both fear and respect. The soldiers faced unique challenges as well, marching through rocky terrain, enduring cold nights, and operating siege devices required stamina and skill. Some men suffered from exhaustion or frostbite, yet loyalty and strict discipline maintained the army's cohesion. Veterans instructed young recruits, ensuring knowledge was passed down in real time. By morning, the town was secured. Rivers that once protected the walls now flowed calmly beneath Mongol control. Supplies were organized, non-combatants safeguarded, and the army prepared for the next advance. Gedai observed the town from the highest tower, reflecting on the campaign's broader implications. Europe was not a single battlefield, but a complex network of cities, fortifications, and political alliances. Each conquest revealed new challenges, requiring both military strategy and administrative foresight. As he looked westward toward the horizon, Gedai understood that the true test of empire was not just the battles won, but the governance of conquered lands, the loyalty of soldiers, and the control over information and fear. Every decision he made would ripple through the generations, shaping the Mongol legacy far beyond the battlefield. Spring had barely begun when news arrived of a rebellion stirring in a border city along the Vistula River. Rumors of Mongol victories had reached the townspeople, and fear mixed with pride had given birth to a desperate uprising. Citizens barricaded streets, armed themselves with improvised weapons, and rallied local knights who had survived previous campaigns. Gedai Khan, upon hearing this, did not rush. He understood that rushing into a well-prepared city could cost thousands of lives. Instead, he sent envoys under banners of peace, offering terms of surrender with promises of fair governance and protection for those who submitted. Few heeded the warning. Pride and fear of humiliation fueled resistance. Subutai proposed a patient approach. We surround the city quietly, cutting off trade and supplies. We do not need to fight them yet. Starvation, fear, and isolation will weaken their resolve faster than swords. Jib added, simultaneously. We send small parties to gather intelligence from nearby villages, learn the terrain, and infiltrate the city at night. Rumors of larger Mongol forces will spread, sapping morale before battle begins. As the army encircled the city, soldiers faced grueling daily routines. Scouts rode for miles through forests and rivers, tracking enemy movements. Engineers repaired siege devices and constructed observation towers. Cavalry trained in sudden charges and retreat maneuvers, ensuring readiness for both ambush and frontal assault. Inside the city, citizens endured nights of uncertainty, the sound of distant drums and hoofbeats keeping them awake. Hunger and fear gnawed at their resolve, and disagreements arose among leaders. Knights accused merchants of cowardice. Citizens argued over who should guard which streets. Gede's strategy relied on exploiting these cracks. At night, small Mongol units infiltrated via hidden alleys and river paths, silently disabling barricades and capturing isolated guards. By dawn, the city's outer defenses were compromised in multiple points, sowing chaos among defenders. Fires, carefully controlled, created confusion without widespread destruction. Meanwhile, Gede focused on administration. Leaders who surrendered were allowed to govern under Mongol oversight. Taxes were adjusted fairly to prevent resentment. Skilled artisans and merchants were kept to maintain the city's economy. Rebels who continued resistance were monitored, imprisoned, or exiled, but never without strategic purpose. Soldiers, meanwhile, faced their own hardships. Long marches, poor weather, and limited food tested endurance. Yet discipline, clear commands, and a sense of shared purpose kept morale high. Young recruits learned under veterans, absorbing lessons of strategy, endurance, and patience. By the end of the second week, the city had surrendered, not through a single massive battle, but through strategy, patience, and psychological dominance. Gede's forces moved in, securing the streets, organizing food distribution, and establishing Mongol authority. Victory was measured, controlled, and disciplined. Standing atop a tower, Gede looked out across the rooftops. The city was quiet, subdued, yet alive. He understood that the true measure of the empire was not merely conquest, but governance, control, and the ability to turn fear into stability. Europe would test them further. Larger cities, complex alliances, and more determined enemies awaited. But the Mongol army, disciplined and united, was prepared. Every victory, every city secured, every rebellion quelled, would strengthen the empire and ensure the legacy of the Khan and his father endured for generations. The Mongol army approached a fortified city along the Danube, renowned for its walls of thick stone and a labyrinth of streets that twisted like a serpent through the town. Word had spread that citizens, knights, and mercenaries had united for a desperate defense. Their pride and desperation made them formidable opponents, but Gede Khan understood that fear, strategy, and patience could turn even the proudest city to submission. Gede called a council of his generals at dawn. "This is not a city to be stormed recklessly," he said. "We will encircle, divide, and wear them down. let the city collapse under the weight of their own fear before we strike. Subutai recommended a multi-pronged approach. We divide our forces into several small mobile units. One will block the main gates, another will sabotage hidden supply routes, and a third will infiltrate the city under cover of darkness to disable defenses and sow confusion. A fourth unit watches for reinforcements or escape attempts. Jeeb proposed psychological tactics. Spread rumors that our army is larger than it appears. Let every citizen believe the Mongols surround them from unseen directions. Panic will fracture the defenders long before we enter the streets. The operation began at night. Mongol scouts and infiltrators crept silently through river crossings and hidden alleys. Engineers prepared portable siege engines, and archers positioned in trees and rooftops fired arrows with deadly precision. Fires were ignited in abandoned warehouses, creating smoke that disoriented both soldiers and civilians. Inside the city, tension grew. Knights tried to organize counterattacks, merchants debated surrender, and militias argued over defense strategies. Gayday's spies reported each misstep. The Mongols used these divisions to their advantage, attacking weak points while the city's leadership quarreled and morale faltered. By dawn, multiple breaches had been made in the walls. Mongol soldiers moved methodically, securing gates, protecting civilians, and taking prisoners for intelligence purposes. Non-combatants were guided to safe areas, while skilled artisans and merchants were incorporated into the city's administration to maintain economic stability. The soldiers' daily life was relentless. Long marches, harsh weather, and constant vigilance tested endurance. Horses had to be fed and tended, weapons repaired, and scouts dispatched for reconnaissance. Yet loyalty, discipline, and clear command kept morale high. Young recruits learned survival and strategy from veterans, ensuring the army remained cohesive and effective. As the city finally surrendered, Gedai implemented administrative measures. Leaders who submitted were given authority under Mongol supervision, while rebellious elements were carefully monitored or removed. Taxes were regulated fairly, ensuring stability and preventing resentment. The army then established temporary garrisons to maintain order, while preparing for further campaigns. Standing atop the city walls, Gedai surveyed the land beyond. Europe's cities were vast and complex. Each conquest required not just military skill, but governance, diplomacy, and foresight. He knew that every decision, from the treatment of prisoners to the management of resources, would ripple across the continent, shaping the Mongol legacy for generations. That night, under the moonlight, the city lay quiet but watchful. The Mongol army had achieved victory without needless slaughter, demonstrating discipline, strategy, and the mastery of both war and governance. Gedai Khan's vision extended beyond conquest. It encompassed stability, loyalty, and the careful weaving of fear and respect into the fabric of every city they touched. The Mongol army approached the great city of Vienna, its walls stretching high above the Danube, and towers piercing the morning mist. The city had long been a symbol of wealth, culture, and strategic importance in Central Europe. Citizens, knights, and mercenaries had fortified every street, prepared barricades, and armed themselves to defend their homes. Rumors of Mongol victories elsewhere had instilled both fear and resolve among the defenders. Gedai Khan studied the city from a hilltop. Vienna is unlike any town we have faced, he said. Its wealth, its pride, and its allies make it formidable. But pride can be turned into weakness, and fear can unravel even the strongest walls. Subutai suggested a coordinated approach. We split into 4 units. One feigns an attack on the western gate, drawing knights into the open. Another sabotages the river crossings, cutting off escape. A third infiltrates hidden alleys at night to disable barricades. And the fourth maintains observation and watchers for reinforcements. Jeeb added, "Rumors of our overwhelming numbers will spread through the city. Fear will do what swords alone cannot." At night, Mongol scouts scaled the cliffs near the city outskirts and infiltrated narrow alleys. Disabling small gates and traps, engineers prepared siege engines quietly, positioning them to target weak sections of the walls. Fires were set in abandoned warehouses to create confusion without destroying valuable structures. Inside Vienna, panic began to spread. Citizens argued over defense strategy. Merchants worried for their lives, and knights tried to maintain order while fending off Mongol infiltration. Gede's spies reported every mistake, every hesitation. The Mongols used these cracks, attacking weak points and causing confusion to ripple through the city. By dawn, several breaches were made in the outer walls. Mongol soldiers moved with precision, securing gates, protecting civilians, and taking prisoners for interrogation. Skilled artisans and merchants who submitted were kept to maintain the city's economy. Rebellious leaders were exiled, imprisoned, or executed strategically to prevent further uprisings. The Mongol soldiers faced harsh conditions: weeks of marching, cold nights along the Danube, and continuous vigilance tested endurance. Horses needed tending, weapons repair was constant, and scouts rode long distances through forests. Yet the army's discipline and loyalty held strong. Veterans trained young recruits, ensuring the cohesion of the force. By the end of the week, Vienna had surrendered. Order was restored, taxes regulated, and administrative control established. Gedi understood that true conquest was more than military victory. It required governance, psychological insight, and careful orchestration of fear and respect. As night fell over Vienna, Gedi surveyed the city from the highest tower. The streets were quiet, but the lessons of the campaign were clear. Even the proudest cities could fall with strategy, patience, and control. Europe's challenges were far from over, but the Mongol army had demonstrated that their reach extended not only through swords, but through foresight, discipline, and the will to shape history itself. The Mongol army had surrounded Vienna, its banners visible from the city walls. The Danube River flowed like a silver ribbon beneath the towers, but it no longer offered safety. The Mongols had cut off supply lines and patrolled the riverbanks with swift cavalry. The city's defenders, composed of knights, militias, and determined citizens, were tense. Rumors of Mongol infiltration spread fear through the narrow streets. Gedi Khan observed the city from a nearby hill. "A direct assault will cost too many lives," he said. "We will weaken them slowly. Hunger, fear, and isolation will become weapons in themselves." Subutai orchestrated a network of siege camps around the city. Engineers constructed portable catapults and trebuchets, quietly moving them closer at night. Small Mongol detachments infiltrated the city, cutting off secret passages and capturing guards, spreading confusion among defenders. Jib managed psychological operations, spread stories of Mongol forces appearing from unseen directions. He instructed, "Let citizens believe the city is surrounded on all sides. Panic will fracture their courage before any sword is drawn." Inside Vienna, unrest was growing. Citizens argued about rationing, knights argued over strategy, and militia leaders accused each other of cowardice. Fear escalated when small, stealthy Mongol teams appeared in the streets at night, removing barricades and sabotaging supplies. Every breach, every whisper of Mongol forces in hidden alleys, spread dread. Soldiers endured harsh conditions. Nights were bitterly cold along the Danube, with frost covering tents and riverbanks. Food supplies were limited, forcing Mongol cooks to prepare meals from whatever was available. Horses had to be carefully tended, as cavalry effectiveness was crucial for rapid maneuvers. Despite fatigue, discipline held the army together. Veterans trained recruits, emphasizing endurance, patience, and precision. By the second week, outer walls of Vienna were compromised in several areas. Fires lit strategically in warehouses and abandoned homes added chaos without destroying essential city infrastructure. Citizens and soldiers alike became disoriented, moving aimlessly between barricades, unsure where the next Mongol attack would strike. Gedai personally oversaw administrative planning. Leaders who surrendered were allowed to govern under Mongol supervision, maintaining order and collecting taxes. Merchants and skilled artisans were kept in service to sustain the city's economy. Rebellious nobles were exiled or imprisoned, ensuring that future uprisings could be anticipated and suppressed. The final days of the siege saw the city's morale crumble. Starvation, fear, and relentless pressure forced Vienna to open its gates. Mongol soldiers entered with disciplined restraint, securing streets, guiding civilians to safe zones, and organizing garrisons to maintain order. Victory had been achieved not by mass slaughter, but by strategy, psychological control, and careful administration. As Gedai looked across the city from the tallest tower, he reflected on the campaign. Europe would offer many more challenges: fortified cities, complex political alliances, and determined resistance. Yet the Mongol army had demonstrated that conquest was more than warfare. It required governance, foresight, and the ability to shape minds as well as cities. That night, Vienna slept under Mongol authority. The city's proud defenses had fallen not to brute force alone, but to the precision, patience, and discipline of a strategy that combined psychological insight, military genius, and administrative foresight. Gedai's vision extended beyond victory. It was a blueprint for ruling and stabilizing an empire that stretched across continents. With Vienna finally under Mongol control, Gedai Khan knew that the greatest challenge had only begun. The city's proud citizens had surrendered, but whispers of rebellion and secret uprisings persisted. A small faction of knights and townspeople still resisted in hidden cellars and abandoned buildings, waiting for the right moment to strike. Gedai convened his generals at dawn. "Victory is hollow if the city's spirit is not contained," he said. "We must maintain order, protect those who submit, and swiftly quell dissent." Subutai organized patrols throughout the city. Small Mongol detachments moved silently through alleys and rooftops, monitoring citizens' movements and intercepting messages. Geeb implemented psychological measures, posters, proclamations, and carefully spread rumors reminded the population that the Mongols were both vigilant and just. Those who obeyed were treated with fairness. Rebels would face measured consequences. Soldiers' daily life shifted from assault to governance. They patrolled the streets, repaired minor damage from the siege, and helped rebuild public structures. Training continued, even in the city. Archery, horsemanship, and night maneuvers ensured readiness for any sudden uprising. Horses were stabled in secure locations, while scouts watched the surrounding countryside for incoming threats or escaped rebels. Despite discipline, life in the city was grueling. Mongol soldiers faced fatigue, cold nights, and limited supplies. Yet a strong sense of purpose maintained morale. Veterans mentored younger recruits, emphasizing vigilance, restraint, and quick decision-making. Loyalty and respect for leadership allowed the army to operate smoothly, even in the tense atmosphere of an occupied city. Rebellion flared briefly in the northern district, where hidden insurgents attacked a small Mongol patrol. The response was precise. A small detachment surrounded the insurgents without harming civilians, cutting off escape routes and capturing ringleaders. They were questioned, and depending on cooperation, either integrated into city labor or exiled. The display of measured power convinced the rest of the city to maintain order. Gedai himself walked through the streets, observing the population and speaking with select local leaders. He established a council of compliant citizens, assigning them responsibility for tax collection, local dispute resolution, and maintaining public order. Merchants who cooperated were allowed to continue trade under Mongol oversight, keeping the economy stable. Artisans were kept in workshops to repair city infrastructure damaged during the siege. Food distribution and public safety became central to governance. Mongol soldiers supervised granaries and rationed supplies fairly, preventing famine and unrest. Messages were sent to surrounding towns, signaling that submission and cooperation led to protection, while rebellion would be contained swiftly. By the end of the first month under occupation, Vienna had stabilized. Minor pockets of resistance were suppressed, and daily life resumed under Mongol supervision. Soldiers alternated between patrols, training, and assisting the population, maintaining readiness while fostering loyalty. Gedai's strategy combined military precision, psychological insight, and administrative foresight, ensuring that the city would remain under control without continuous bloodshed. At night, Gedai surveyed Vienna from the central tower. The Danube reflected the moonlight as calm returned to the streets. The Mongol victory was complete. Not only had they conquered the city's walls, but they had also subdued its spirit, maintained order, and established a system of governance that balanced fear with fairness. The campaign had proven that true power lay not only in the sword but in the careful orchestration of administration, loyalty, and psychological control. Europe remained full of challenges, but Vienna had become a model of Mongol authority, a city transformed by strategy, discipline, and foresight. Gedai Khan's vision extended far beyond conquest. It was about shaping the destiny of nations and ensuring the Mongol legacy endured through both war and governance. After securing Vienna, Gedai Khan turned his attention northward to the bustling city of Prague, perched along the Vltava River. Unlike Vienna, Prague was a hub of trade, culture, and political intrigue. With fortified walls and a network of bridges that made it difficult to access. Reports from scouts indicated that the city's citizens were aware of the Mongol victories elsewhere and were preparing to resist fiercely. Gedai convened his generals. "Prague will not surrender easily," he said. "We must combine patience, strategy, and psychological pressure. Let fear and uncertainty weaken their resolve before we strike directly." Subutai proposed a multi-tiered approach. "We divide our forces into 3 main units. One will blockade the city along the river, preventing supplies or reinforcements. A second unit will conduct nightly reconnaissance and sabotage hidden gates or weak points in the walls. The third will simulate large-scale attacks on the eastern and western gates, forcing defenders to split their forces." Jib added, "We will also spread rumors that our forces are larger than they appear, striking at multiple points simultaneously. Panic and confusion can be more effective than brute force." As the Mongols surrounded Prague, soldiers faced challenging terrain. The Vltava River created natural barriers, and the city's elevated districts required careful planning for night infiltration. Engineers constructed portable siege devices, silently positioning them under cover of darkness. Archers took positions on hills and trees, ready to strike at strategic points. Inside Prague, citizens prepared for a long siege. Knights organized patrols. Merchants fortified warehouses, and militia members prepared traps along narrow streets. Fear and tension escalated as small Mongol teams began to appear unexpectedly, disabling minor defenses and cutting off hidden supply routes. Arguments arose among city leaders about whether to surrender or fight to the last man. Mongol soldiers, meanwhile, endured grueling days and nights. Cold winds swept through the countryside, rivers slowed supply transport, and constant vigilance was required to prevent ambushes. Yet discipline and training kept the army cohesive. Veterans mentored young recruits in tactics, endurance, and survival, ensuring the army remained ready for sudden engagements. By the second week, subtle breaches and controlled skirmishes had weakened Prague's defenses. Fires in abandoned warehouses and sudden appearances of Mongol units caused confusion and panic, while Gedai maintained strict oversight of both military operations and the treatment of civilians. Those who submitted were allowed to continue, trade, or work in the city under Mongol supervision. Rebels were captured or exiled to prevent future uprisings. At night, Gedai Khan surveyed Prague from a hilltop. The city's proud walls still stood, but fear and uncertainty had begun to erode the defenders' resolve. He knew that the Mongol army's strength lay not only in its ability to conquer, but also in its ability to govern, maintain order, and ensure loyalty in occupied cities. Prague would soon become another example of Mongol strategy: conquest through patience, psychological insight, and disciplined administration. The lessons learned here would inform campaigns across Europe, shaping both the battlefield and the structures of governance for the Mongol Empire. The Mongol army had fully surrounded Prague, cutting off every road, bridge, and river crossing. Supplies could no longer reach the city, and morale among defenders began to waver. Yet, within the walls, a determined faction of knights and citizens continued to resist. They set traps, patrolled rooftops, and organized secret meetings to coordinate counterattacks. Gedai Khan convened his generals at dawn. Prague is a city of proud people. To take it completely, we must combine vigilance, psychological strategy, and careful governance, he said. We will show strength where necessary, but fairness where submission occurs. This is how lasting control is established. Subotai organized the army into rotational patrols. Soldiers moved silently through the streets, watched bridges, and stationed sentries along rooftops. Small Mongol detachments infiltrated alleys and basements at night, quietly neutralizing hidden rebel forces and capturing key insurgents. Jib directed the spread of rumors throughout the city. Posters and messengers claimed that Mongol forces were appearing in multiple districts simultaneously. Citizens began to question the possibility of reinforcements or escape, and panic slowly grew. Inside Prague, fear and confusion escalated. Militia leaders argued over who should guard which district, while knights struggled to maintain discipline. Merchants hid valuables, and some families secretly surrendered to Mongol patrols to ensure safety. The city's defenders became fragmented, unable to coordinate large-scale counterattacks. Mongol soldiers endured harsh conditions. Nights along the Vltava were bitterly cold, and food was rationed carefully. Horses were stabled securely, while scouts rode through surrounding forests to watch for enemy movements. Despite fatigue and occasional injuries, discipline and loyalty kept the army effective. Young recruits learned from veterans, absorbing lessons in patience, tactics, and the importance of maintaining order in a hostile city. By the third week, Mongol forces had secured key points within Prague. Fires in abandoned warehouses and sudden appearances of infiltrators created confusion, while bridges and supply routes remained under strict Mongol control. Citizens who complied were treated fairly and allowed to continue daily life under supervision. Rebels captured during these operations faced exile or imprisonment, carefully handled to prevent martyrdom or further resistance. Gedai personally oversaw the establishment of administration. A council of compliant local leaders was formed to manage taxation, dispute resolution, and public services. Skilled artisans were directed to repair city infrastructure damaged during initial skirmishes, while merchants were allowed to resume trade under Mongol oversight. The aim was to stabilize the city quickly, preventing unrest from growing into renewed rebellion. By the end of the month, Prague had submitted fully. Streets were patrolled, granaries organized, and local governance functioning under Mongol supervision. Soldiers alternated between routine patrols, training, and assisting civilians, maintaining readiness while ensuring stability. Gedai's strategy had succeeded. The city was under Mongol control without excessive bloodshed, blending discipline, psychological insight, and administrative skill. At night, Gedai climbed the highest tower of Prague and looked across the rooftops. The Vltava glimmered in moonlight, reflecting the city's transformation. The proud walls and determined citizens had been subdued not by brute force alone, but by a carefully orchestrated combination of fear, fairness, and foresight. Europe still held countless challenges: fortified cities, rebellious populations, and complex political alliances. Yet Prague had become a model of Mongol authoritia, testament to Gedai Khan's vision that conquest was not merely about taking walls, but shaping societies, maintaining loyalty, and ensuring the Mongol legacy endured across generations. After securing Prague, Genghis Khan turned his gaze toward the smaller towns and trade hubs that dotted the Central European plain cities such as Brno, Olomouc, and Nitra. These towns, though less fortified than Vienna or Prague, were strategically vital for controlling trade routes and rivers that supplied larger urban centers. Genghis convened his generals. Control of these towns ensures our dominance over the region, he said. Each town we take strengthens supply lines, provides intelligence, and reduces the chance of coordinated resistance from nearby cities. Subutai organized the army into rapid response units. One unit would approach Brno using deception to draw out defenders before infiltration. Another unit would blockade Olomouc, cutting off food and reinforcements. A third would secure river crossings near Nitra, preventing escape or communication between towns. Jeeb focused on psychological strategy. Rumors of Mongol cavalry appearing at night will spread faster than any sword, he explained. The townspeople will fear surrendering too late, while others will submit without a fight. Mongol soldiers faced grueling daily routines, long marches across plains, through forests, and along rivers tested endurance. Horses were exercised and fed, scouts rode long distances to gather intelligence, and engineers maintained siege equipment, preparing for rapid deployment at a moment's notice. Despite exhaustion, discipline and training kept morale intact. Veterans guided recruits, teaching them the importance of patience, coordination, and tactical foresight. In Brno, the townspeople attempted resistance. Knights organized barricades, and militia dug trenches around key roads. Fires were set in strategic locations, hoping to slow the Mongol advance. But Mongol units, moving with silent precision, infiltrated weak points, captured leaders, and neutralized defenses without mass casualties. Citizens who submitted were allowed to maintain daily life under Mongol supervision. At Olomouc, the blockade proved effective. Food supplies dwindled, morale collapsed, and rumors of Mongol forces in hidden positions caused panic. Local leaders surrendered, agreeing to pay tribute and cooperate with Mongol administrators. In Nitra, a small insurgent force tried to rally resistance. Mongol cavalry intercepted them swiftly, capturing key ringleaders. These rebels were exiled or imprisoned, sending a clear message. Opposition would not be tolerated, but cooperation was rewarded. Genghis personally oversaw the administration of these towns. He established local councils composed of compliant citizens, assigning responsibilities for taxation, infrastructure repair, and dispute resolution. Skilled artisans and merchants were allowed to continue their work under supervision, ensuring the towns remained economically productive while under Mongol control. The soldiers' daily life was a balance of vigilance and routine. Patrols through occupied towns, training drills, repair of siege engines, and preparation for sudden threats filled every day. Despite the harsh conditions, long marches, cold nights, and rationed foods, the army maintained cohesion, discipline, and readiness for further campaigns. By the end of the campaign across these Central European towns, the Mongol army had secured vital trade routes, rivers, and strategic positions. Each town brought into submission strengthened the Mongol hold over the region, providing resources, intelligence, and stability. Genghis Khan's vision of a unified empire across Europe was taking shape not merely through conquest, but through careful administration, psychological strategy, and disciplined military oversight. From the hills overlooking the Vltava and Moriva rivers, Genghis gazed westward. Europe was vast, full of fortified cities, rebellious populations, and political complexities. Yet, with each town secured, his empire expanded not only in territory, but in influence, governance, and legacy. The Mongol Empire was not just conquering land, it was reshaping the political and social order of Central Europe, one city at a time. After consolidating control over smaller Central European towns, Genghis Khan set his sights on the fortified city of Budapest, strategically located on both banks of the Danube River. The city's high walls, stone towers, and network of bridges made it a formidable stronghold. Scouts reported that Budapest's defenders had fortified the riverbanks, stockpiled supplies, and trained local militias alongside experienced knights. Genghis convened his generals. "Budapest is a symbol of resistance and wealth," he said. "We cannot storm it recklessly. We must surround it, control the river, and weaken both morale and supplies before any direct assault." Subutai outlined the plan. "Divide our forces. One unit will patrol the riverbanks to block all river traffic and prevent supplies. Another will infiltrate the city at night through lesser-known gates and tunnels. A third will simulate attacks on key gates and draw defenders into traps, creating confusion and panic." Jeeb focused on psychological operations. Spread news that Mongol forces have already captured nearby towns and are surrounding Budapest from multiple directions. Let fear and uncertainty weaken the defenders before any battle begins. Mongol soldiers faced challenging conditions. The Danube's currents made transporting siege engines difficult. The nights were cold, and long marches through forests and hills tested both men and horses. Engineers repaired and moved portable trebuchets and catapults into position under the cover of darkness, while archers took hidden positions along hillsides to target key defensive points. Inside Budapest, the population was tense. Knights argued over which streets to defend. Merchants worried about losing trade, and militia leaders debated rationing and barricades. Secret rebel cells attempted sabotage, but Mongol scouts intercepted messages and movements, neutralizing potential threats quietly. By the end of the first week, Mongol infiltration had created confusion within the city. Fires set in abandoned warehouses forced defenders to divide attention, while the sudden appearance of Mongol units in unexpected alleys sowed panic. Citizens began questioning whether reinforcements would arrive in time, weakening both morale and coordination. Genghis oversaw administration even during the siege. Leaders who submitted were integrated into local governance, collecting taxes, maintaining order, and supervising trade under Mongol oversight. Skilled artisans were tasked with repairing minor damage, ensuring the city remained productive. Rebels captured during infiltration were exiled or imprisoned to prevent further uprisings. The Mongol soldiers' daily life was rigorous. Patrols through occupied zones, maintaining siege positions, tending horses, and repairing equipment consumed long hours. Despite exhaustion and harsh weather, discipline, training, and loyalty kept the army ready for sudden challenges. Veterans instructed recruits, in tactical strategy, patience, and psychological warfare, ensuring the army remained cohesive and effective. By the second week, Budapest's defenses were weakened, morale collapsed, and leaders agreed to open the gates. Mongol soldiers entered with careful control, securing streets, organizing civilians into safe zones, and establishing garrisons. Victory had been achieved through patience, psychological strategy, and disciplined governance rather than mass slaughter. From a vantage point atop the central tower, Gedai looked over Budapest. The city had been subdued, its spirit tempered, and order restored. Europe still held countless fortified cities, complex alliances, and determined resistance. Yet Budapest stood as another testament to Mongol strategy. The combination of military skill, psychological insight, and administrative foresight could bring even the most formidable city under control. With Budapest under Mongol control, Gedai Khan understood that victory over walls was only the first step. Controlling the population and preventing rebellion was the true challenge. Within the city, small groups of knights and citizens had gone into hiding, forming secret cells and planning attacks on Mongol patrols. Gedai convened his commanders. "The walls are ours, but the city's spirit may still resist," he said. "We will maintain order by combining vigilance, psychological influence, and fairness for those who comply. Those who resist must see the consequences without innocent civilians suffering." Subutai organized the army into rotational patrols, ensuring that no district went unmonitored. Soldiers moved silently through alleys and rooftops, observing citizens, intercepting suspicious activities, and quietly neutralizing rebel cells. Small teams infiltrated buildings at night to secure potential strongholds of resistance, capturing leaders and dismantling networks. Jib continued psychological operations. Rumors were spread throughout the city, claiming that Mongol units were everywhere, unseen and unstoppable. This created confusion and fear among those planning resistance, while citizens who cooperated felt safer under Mongol oversight. Mongol soldiers endured exhausting routines. Long nights patrolling the narrow streets, tending horses, and maintaining siege equipment left little rest. Food was rationed carefully, and the army remained alert for any sign of insurgency. Yet morale was maintained through discipline, camaraderie, and the knowledge that every action contributed to long-term stability. Veterans trained young recruits in vigilance, patience, and tactical foresight, ensuring readiness for unexpected attacks. Rebellion flared briefly in the northern quarter, where hidden insurgents attacked a Mongol patrol. The response was swift but measured. Detachments surrounded the rebels, preventing escape, and captured leaders were interrogated. Depending on cooperation, they were either integrated into city labor or exiled. Civilians were spared, reinforcing the message that obedience and compliance would be rewarded. Gedai personally oversaw administrative organization. A council of compliant local leaders was formed to manage taxation, dispute resolution, and public safety. Skilled artisans repaired minor infrastructure damage, while merchants resumed trade under Mongol supervision. Public granaries were secured, and food distribution was carefully managed to prevent famine and unrest. By the end of the first month, Budapest had stabilized. Streets were patrolled, minor unrest suppressed, and local governance functioning under Mongol supervision. Soldiers alternated between routine patrols, training, and assisting civilians, maintaining readiness while ensuring stability. From the top of the central tower, Gedai observed the city. The Danube reflected the moonlight over quiet streets. A city subdued not by mass slaughter but by careful strategy, psychological insight, and disciplined administration. Budapest had become a model for Mongol governance in Europe, a demonstration that control over territory required both military precision and the ability to shape civilian compliance. Europe remained full of challenges, but the success in Budapest reinforced Gedai Khan's vision. Conquest was not only about taking cities, but about establishing systems of order, loyalty, and governance that would endure for generations. The Mongol Empire's influence now extended deeper, combining fear, respect, and administration to maintain its growing dominion. After consolidating control over Budapest, Gedai Khan turned his attention to Krakow, a thriving trade and cultural hub along the Vistula River. Krakow was heavily fortified, with stone walls, towers, and a network of narrow streets that could easily trap invading forces. Scouts reported that the city's knights, mercenaries, and local militias had prepared extensively for defense, stockpiling supplies and reinforcing key gates. Gedai called his generals for a council at dawn. "Krakow is both wealthy and proud," he said. "We cannot storm it recklessly. We must control the river, surround the city, and weaken morale before any direct assault." Subutai devised a strategy: divide our forces into 3 main groups. One will blockade the Vistula to prevent supplies and reinforcements. Another will infiltrate the city at night through lesser-known gates and alleys. The third will conduct simulated attacks at key gates to draw defenders into traps, creating confusion and panic. Jeeb emphasized psychological tactics. Spread news that Mongol cavalry appears in multiple districts simultaneously. Let rumors of unseen forces undermine confidence and morale. The Mongol soldiers faced grueling routines. Days were spent patrolling surrounding forests and plains, setting ambushes, and maintaining watch over river crossings. Nights involved reconnaissance, infiltration, and positioning portable siege engines under darkness. Horses were exercised and fed, and scouts rode long distances to detect potential reinforcements or escape attempts. Inside Krakow, fear and tension grew. Knights argued over which gates to defend, merchants fortified warehouses, and militia organized secret patrols to detect infiltrators. Minor skirmishes occurred as Mongol scouts disabled traps and captured key rebel leaders, spreading fear and confusion among the citizens. Despite harsh conditions, Mongol soldiers maintained discipline. Cold nights, rationed food, and long marches tested endurance. But morale remained high through structured routines, camaraderie, and veteran leadership. Recruits learned patience, tactical maneuvers, and how to operate effectively in urban environments. By the end of the first week, Mongol infiltration had created multiple breaches in Krakow's outer defenses. Fires strategically set in abandoned warehouses and alleys forced defenders to split attention. While the sudden appearance of Mongol detachments in unexpected locations spread panic, citizens began questioning whether they could hold the city, while leaders debated surrender. Gedai oversaw administrative preparation during the siege. Compliant leaders were identified and briefed to manage taxes, maintain public order, and supervise trade under Mongol authority. Skilled artisans were assigned to repair damaged infrastructure, ensuring the city could remain productive. Rebels captured during infiltration were either exiled or integrated into controlled labor to prevent renewed resistance. By the second week, the morale of Krakow's defenders began to collapse. Starvation, fear, and coordinated Mongol strategy forced the city's leaders to negotiate surrender. Mongol soldiers entered carefully, securing streets, organizing civilians, and establishing garrisons. Victory had been achieved, not through mass slaughter, but through strategy, discipline, and administration. From a high vantage point overlooking the Vistula, Gaidai observed Krakow. The city had been subdued, its defenses rendered ineffective, and order restored. The Mongol Empire now controlled a chain of cities across Central Europe, each secured not only by military might, but by careful governance, psychological insight, and disciplined administration. Krakow became another model of Mongol authority, a city conquered with precision, stabilized with strategy, and integrated into the empire through both fear and respect. Gedai Khan's vision extended beyond conquest. Tit was about shaping societies, ensuring loyalty, and creating an empire capable of enduring for generations. With Krakow firmly under Mongol control, Gedai Khan understood that holding the city required more than military victory. It demanded careful administration and the suppression of potential rebellion. Within the city, small groups of knights, merchants, and citizens had hidden themselves in cellars and abandoned buildings, quietly plotting to undermine Mongol authority. Gedai gathered his commanders at dawn. "Walls do not guarantee obedience," he said. "We must show strength where necessary, but reward submission with stability and protection. Rebellion will be contained, but cooperation will be recognized." Subutai organized patrols throughout the city. Mongol soldiers moved silently through streets and rooftops, observing suspicious activity and intercepting messages between hidden insurgents. Small teams infiltrated basements and abandoned houses at night to neutralize pockets of resistance without harming civilians. Jeeb continued psychological operations. Rumors spread that Mongol cavalry could appear in any district at any moment. Citizens feared surprise attacks, and rebel leaders realized that they were isolated. Compliance became safer than resistance, while secret rebels grew increasingly anxious. Mongol soldiers endured demanding routines. Patrols, maintaining river blockades, guarding streets, repairing siege equipment, and tending to horses left little time for rest. Cold nights and rationed food added to the strain, but discipline and veteran guidance kept the army cohesive. Recruits learned strategic patience, urban combat tactics, and psychological warfare, ensuring that every soldier was prepared for sudden uprisings. A brief rebellion flared in Krakow's northern quarter. Insurgents attacked a Mongol patrol, but a rapid, coordinated response quickly surrounded them. Leaders were captured and questioned. Some were exiled, while others, demonstrating cooperation, were integrated into labor forces under Mongol supervision. Civilians were spared, sending a clear message that obedience would be rewarded. Gedai personally oversaw the establishment of governance, a council of compliant local leaders managed taxes, public order, and trade. Skilled artisans repaired city infrastructure damaged during the siege, while merchants were allowed to resume trade under Mongol supervision. Public granaries were organized to prevent famine, and fair distribution of resources ensured stability. By the end of the first month, Krakow had fully stabilized. Streets were patrolled, minor unrest suppressed, and daily life under Mongol supervision resumed. Soldiers alternated between routine patrols, training, and assisting civilians, maintaining readiness while enforcing order. From the city's central tower, Gedai looked over Krakow and the Vistula River. The city had been subdued, its spirit tempered, and order restored. Krakow now served as a model for Mongol governance in Central Europe, a city controlled not only through force, but through strategy, psychological insight, and disciplined administration. The success in Krakow reinforced Gedai Khan's vision. The Mongol Empire's expansion required more than conquest. It demanded shaping the societies it absorbed, ensuring loyalty, and creating lasting systems of governance. With each city brought under control, the empire's influence deepened, combining fear, respect, and order to secure its growing dominion across Europe. After campaigns in surrounding towns, Gedai Khan focused again on the key cities of Vienna and Prague, knowing that controlling these cities was essential for maintaining Mongol dominance over Central Europe. Unlike smaller towns, these cities were heavily fortified, wealthy, and home to influential political leaders. In Vienna, citizens had rebuilt some defenses since the previous sieges. Merchants and craftsmen strengthened walls, repaired gates, and stocked granaries. Knights trained militias, while local lords tried to form alliances with neighboring regions. Scouts reported to Gedai that the city was preparing for a prolonged resistance. Gedai called his generals. "We cannot rely on force alone," he said. "Vienna's pride is strong. We must break morale, secure key points, and integrate the population into a new order." Subutai suggested a multi-phase approach. Divide our forces. A main army will blockade the city along the river and roads, cutting off all supplies. Another unit will infiltrate at night, targeting warehouses and guard posts, creating confusion. A third group will conduct feigned assaults on outer walls, drawing defenders into traps while avoiding unnecessary destruction. Jib focused on psychological strategy. Spread rumors that resistance is futile. Let citizens believe their allies have already surrendered or been defeated elsewhere. Panic will fracture coordination without a single major battle. Mongol soldiers faced harsh conditions: cold nights along the Danube, muddy streets after rain, and long hours of vigilance tested endurance. Engineers moved trebuchets and portable catapults under cover of darkness. Scouts climbed walls and towers to observe patrols and report weak points. Horses were carefully fed and exercised, crucial for mobility and rapid response. Inside Vienna, tension grew. Knights disagreed on which streets to defend, merchants hid valuables, and militia leaders secretly debated whether to surrender. Mongol night patrols disabled traps, captured small rebel groups, and spread fear without harming the general population. Meanwhile, in Prague, Gedai anticipated that the city might attempt to coordinate relief for Vienna. He deployed cavalry units along the Morava River and surrounding forests to intercept any reinforcements. Engineers prepared siege positions along weak points, while small units infiltrated alleys to gather intelligence and neutralize local resistance. Mongol soldiers' daily life involved patrols, training, repairing equipment, tending horses, and coordinating siege operations. Recruits learned to operate silently in urban environments, maintain readiness despite fatigue, and observe enemy movements for potential threats. Discipline, leadership from veterans, and clear communication allowed the army to function efficiently, even in tense urban settings. By the second week of operations, Vienna and Prague faced escalating confusion. Fires in abandoned warehouses, rumors of Mongol units appearing from unseen directions, and sudden strikes at key positions weakened defenders' morale. Citizens began to comply with Mongol orders voluntarily, while rebel cells were captured or neutralized efficiently. Gedai personally oversaw governance strategies. In both cities, local councils of compliant citizens were formed to manage taxation, dispute resolution, and public services. Skilled artisans repaired damaged infrastructure. Merchants resumed trade under supervision, and public granaries were secured to prevent famine and unrest. Rebels were either integrated into labor or exiled to maintain lasting stability. By the end of the first month, both Vienna and Prague were fully stabilized under Mongol authority. Streets were patrolled, minor unrest suppressed, and civilian life resumed. Soldiers alternated between training, patrolling, and assisting with administrative duties. From a hilltop overlooking Vienna and Prague, Gedai observed the river valleys connecting the cities. The campaign had proven once again that conquest required more than military force. It demanded governance, psychological insight, and disciplined administration. Both cities became models of Mongol authority in Europe, territories subdued not only by swords, but by careful orchestration of fear, respect, and order. After securing the outer regions, Gedai Khan turned his attention once again to Vienna and Prague, but this time his approach was markedly different. Instead of focusing only on walls and gates, he sought to understand the inner workings of each city, the alliances, rivalries, and social hierarchies that could either fuel rebellion or aid submission. In Vienna, Gedai sent scouts disguised as traders into the marketplaces. They observed how guilds operated, which nobles held influence over the militia, and which neighborhoods were most likely to resist. Small Mongol detachments moved through the suburbs, offering protection to citizens willing to cooperate, while quietly tracking potential rebel leaders. Within the city walls, fear was now mixed with curiosity. Citizens noticed Mongol patrols helping rebuild bridges and repair water channels, a stark contrast to the destructive sieges they had previously endured. This dual approach, demonstrating both power and practical assistance, created a psychological tension. Resisting seemed dangerous, but submission brought tangible benefits. Meanwhile, in Prague, Gedai analyzed the city's internal politics. Rival noble families were vying for control over key districts, and he recognized an opportunity. By secretly supporting compliant factions, Mongol forces sowed discord among the city's elite. Skirmishes erupted between rival nobles, weakening the city from within without a direct battle. Mongol soldiers adapted to this new approach. Patrols now included mediation, tasks ensuring that cooperating citizens received fair treatment and that minor disputes did not escalate into rebellion. At the same time, small strike teams targeted hidden insurgent cells with precision. Soldiers were trained not only in combat, but in observation, negotiation, and maintaining urban order. Daily life for Mongol troops became a delicate balance. Nights were spent on watch atop towers, observing the movements of citizens and guarding strategic locations. Days involved logistics, distributing food fairly, coordinating artisans, and ensuring that essential services like water and sanitation remained functional. Veterans taught recruits the subtle art of psychological control, how presence, consistency, and fairness could exert as much influence as the sword. Within weeks, the city's responses were visible. In Vienna, formerly rebellious neighborhoods began cooperating, providing supplies and labor. In Prague, internal conflicts among nobles prevented organized resistance, allowing Mongol authorities to place compliant leaders in positions of influence. Gedai himself walked the streets of Vienna and Prague, meeting with citizens, observing market activity, and quietly gauging morale. His approach combined subtle intimidation with practical governance. Rebels were neutralized discreetly, but those who submitted gained privileges, trade opportunities, and protection. By the end of this campaign, both Vienna and Prague were stabilized under Mongol administration, not merely through force, but through understanding the social fabric, exploiting political rivalries, and integrating local leadership into the empire's structure. Soldiers adapted to city life, balancing vigilance with administrative duties, while citizens learned that cooperation ensured survival and prosperity. The success of this strategy proved a fundamental lesson. Conquest was not only about walls or gates, but about mastering human behavior, city politics, and disciplined administration. Gedai Khan's vision of empire extended beyond territory. He sought control over the minds, loyalties, and daily lives of the people, ensuring that the Mongol legacy would endure not through fear alone, but through structured governance and strategic influence. After consolidating Vienna and Prague, Gedai Khan set his sights on the city of Bratislava, perched on the banks of the Danube River. Unlike the previous cities, Bratislava was smaller but strategically critical. It controlled key river crossings and trade routes that connected Central Europe to the Hungarian plains. Scouts reported that the city had fortified walls, a stone citadel overlooking the river, and a network of narrow streets ideal for ambushes. The citizens were vigilant, aware of Mongol victories nearby, and prepared for both siege and blockade. Gedai convened his generals. Bratislava is not the largest city, but it is crucial for controlling the region, he said. We must take it swiftly but carefully. Force alone will not ensure obedience. Subutai outlined a multi-layered approach. Divide the army. One unit will secure the riverbanks and block crossings, cutting off trade and reinforcements. Another will infiltrate the city at night through hidden alleys and tunnels. The third will simulate assaults on main gates to draw defenders into confusion and reveal weak points. Jeeb focused on psychological tactics. Spread news that nearby towns and fortresses have fallen. Let fear and uncertainty erode the defenders' confidence. If they believe resistance is futile, the city may submit without a prolonged battle. Mongol soldiers faced harsh conditions. The Danube's strong currents made moving siege engines difficult, while narrow streets and steep hills challenged infantry movements. Nights were bitterly cold, and long hours of vigilance tested both men and horses. Engineers silently positioned portable trebuchets and ladders, while archers took concealed positions on high towers and hills. Inside Bratislava, tension was palpable. Citizens debated whether to resist or submit. Knights fortified key streets, and merchants hid their valuables. Secret rebel cells attempted sabotage, but Mongol scouts intercepted messages and neutralized threats quietly. Even minor fires, strategically ignited by Mongols, forced defenders to split attention and drain resources. Daily life for Mongol soldiers was rigorous. Patrols through alleys and riverbanks, maintaining siege positions, training, and observing the city demanded both discipline and endurance. Horses were carefully fed and exercised. Scouts reported enemy activity, and small strike teams dealt with insurgent attempts. Despite exhaustion, soldiers maintained cohesion and focus under veteran leadership. Gedai implemented a subtle form of governance even before the city's surrender. He sent envoys to compliant citizens, offering protection, trade, privileges, and roles in local administration. Citizens who submitted willingly received incentives, while rebels who resisted were quietly removed from strategic positions or exiled, ensuring the city's social fabric could be reshaped with minimal violence. By the second week, morale among Bratislava's defenders began to crumble. Panic spread through rumors. Internal disagreements between noble families escalated, and minor fires and skirmishes created confusion. Negotiations commenced, and the city's leaders agreed to open the gates under Mongol supervision. Mongol soldiers entered, securing streets, organizing civilians, and establishing garrisons. Administrative councils composed of cooperative citizens were formed to oversee taxes, trade, and public order. Skilled artisans repaired infrastructure, merchants resumed commerce, and public granaries were stocked to prevent shortages. From the citadel overlooking Bratislava, Gedai observed the Danube and surrounding plains. The city had been brought under control, not through outright destruction, but through a combination of strategic infiltration, psychological pressure, and disciplined administration. Bratislava became another example of the Mongol Empire's approach in Europe. Conquest paired with governance, ensuring loyalty, stability, and long-term influence. With Bratislava now under Mongol control, Gedai Khan understood that military victory alone was insufficient. Hidden rebel cells, rival noble families, and anxious citizens still posed threats that could ignite unrest if left unchecked. Gedai convened his commanders. "The walls are ours, but control over the people is just as crucial," he said. "We will combine vigilance, incentives for compliance, and decisive action against resistance. The city must understand that cooperation ensures safety, while rebellion is isolated and swiftly neutralized." Subutai organized the army into rotational patrols. Soldiers moved through streets, alleys, and rooftops, monitoring citizens, intercepting secret communications, and preventing insurgent gatherings. Small Mongol units infiltrated basements and abandoned buildings at night, capturing rebel leaders quietly and dispersing their followers. Jeeb orchestrated psychological operations. Rumors were deliberately spread. Mongol cavalry could appear anywhere at any time. Reinforcements from nearby towns were defeated, and resistance elsewhere had already failed. Fear of isolation and inevitable defeat caused many citizens to comply voluntarily, while those who plotted rebellion became increasingly anxious. Mongol soldiers endured demanding routines. Patrols lasted long hours, horses were exercised and fed, and siege equipment was maintained even though the city was under control. Soldiers alternated between observation, enforcement, and assisting with city administration. Veterans trained recruits not only in combat but also in urban control, negotiation, and psychological influence, ensuring readiness for sudden uprisings. A minor revolt erupted in the northern quarter of Bratislava, where a hidden insurgent group attacked a Mongol patrol. The response was swift and calculated. Detachments surrounded the rebels, cutting off escape, and interrogated leaders. Cooperative rebels were integrated into labor or civic duties, while unyielding leaders were exiled. Civilians were spared, reinforcing the message that obedience brought protection, while resistance incurred consequences. Gedai personally oversaw administrative organization. Compliant local leaders were appointed to manage taxation, dispute resolution, and public services. Skilled artisans repaired roads, bridges, and public buildings damaged during previous skirmishes, while merchants were allowed to resume trade under Mongol supervision. Granaries were secured, and food distribution was organized fairly to prevent famine and unrest. By the end of the first month, Bratislava had stabilized. Streets were patrolled, minor unrest suppressed, and daily life resumed. Soldiers balanced routine vigilance with training and administrative assistance, maintaining order and readiness. From the citadel atop the city, Gedai observed the Danube and surrounding hills. Bratislava had been subdued not merely by force, but through strategic infiltration, disciplined patrols, psychological influence, and administrative integration. The city now served as a model for Mongol governance. Territories could be controlled, stabilized, and made productive by understanding social structures, rewarding compliance, and suppressing resistance efficiently. This campaign reinforced Gedai Khan's vision. European conquest was not only about territory, but also about mastery over the political, social, and economic life of cities. By combining military precision, psychological insight, and disciplined administration, the Mongol Empire expanded its influence while maintaining long-term stability and loyalty among conquered populations. After securing Bratislava, Gedai Khan set his eyes on the Hungarian plains, a vast stretch of fertile land dotted with fortified towns, trade hubs, and scattered noble estates. Controlling this region was crucial. It would provide supplies, open pathways deeper into Central Europe, and prevent any coalition of local powers from challenging Mongol authority. Scouts reported several key towns along the plains, including Esztergom, Jiger, and smaller castles near the Danube tributaries. Each town had its own garrison, militia, and loyal citizens, prepared for prolonged resistance. Gedai gathered his generals. "The plains are wide, and the towns are numerous," he said. "We cannot storm each town recklessly. Speed, strategy, and psychological warfare will be our allies." Subutai devised a multi-pronged plan. Divide our forces into mobile units. cavalry will patrol the plains, intercepting reinforcements and cutting supply lines. Siege units will target key towns sequentially, while infiltration teams move through hidden paths to weaken resistance from within. We will coordinate these attacks so that no town can support its neighbor. Jib focused on spreading fear and confusion. Rumors were sent ahead of the army. Towns already occupied by Mongols had been swiftly neutralized, and resistance elsewhere had failed. Citizens were told that the cavalry could strike at night from any direction, leaving defenders anxious and disorganized. Mongol soldiers faced harsh conditions across the plains. Long marches under scorching sun, nights in open fields, and unpredictable weather tested endurance. Horses were exercised daily. Scouts rode far ahead to detect enemy movements. And engineers maintained portable siege engines, ready for rapid deployment. Soldiers alternated between scouting, practicing archery, and setting up temporary fortified camps at strategic locations. In Esztergom, the town council debated whether to resist. The Mongol cavalry had already surrounded the approaches to the town, cutting off food and communication. When small Mongol units infiltrated through side gates at night, capturing key sentries and neutralizing minor defenses, panic spread. Citizens who saw the swift and precise Mongol operations often chose submission to avoid bloodshed. In Jigar, a fortified town with stone walls and a small river port, defenders attempted to rally forces from nearby villagers. Mongol cavalry intercepted supply wagons and ambushed reinforcements, isolating the town. Coordinated night raids by small teams created the impression of an overwhelming presence, undermining morale and forcing leaders to negotiate surrender. Daily life for Mongol soldiers remained grueling. Long hours of horseback patrols, maintaining siege equipment, and building temporary fortifications left little time for rest. Food and water were carefully rationed, and discipline was strictly enforced. Veterans trained new recruits in endurance tactics and the art of psychological intimidation, ensuring the army operated efficiently even under fatigue. Gedai personally supervised governance of captured towns. Local councils of cooperative citizens were appointed to manage taxes, organize trade, and maintain order. Artisans repaired damaged buildings, merchants resumed commerce under Mongol supervision, and public granaries were secured to prevent shortages. Rebels who resisted were removed or exiled, demonstrating the consequences of defiance without disrupting civilian life. Within weeks, the Hungarian plains were effectively under Mongol control. Towns submitted, local governance was reorganized, and trade routes were secured. Soldiers adapted to both open plains warfare and urban administration, balancing vigilance with administrative duties. From a vantage point on the rolling hills, Gedai observed the plains stretching toward the horizon. The campaign demonstrated a core principle. Control over territory required not just brute force, but strategic foresight, disciplined soldiers, psychological operations, and the integration of local populations into the empire's structure. Each town subdued reinforced Mongol authority and provided a foundation for further expansion deeper into Europe. With the Hungarian plains largely under Mongol control, Gedai Khan knew that military victory alone could not ensure long-term stability. Hidden rebel bands, local nobles with lingering loyalties, and anxious villagers still posed threats that could spark uprisings if neglected. Gedai called a council of his generals. "The plains belong to us on maps, but hearts and loyalties are harder to capture," he said. "We will maintain constant presence, reward compliance, and suppress defiance efficiently. The people must learn that cooperation ensures safety, while rebellion brings isolation and consequence." Subutai organized the army into rotational patrols. Cavalry units rode the vast plains daily, surveying villages, guarding trade routes, and intercepting any attempts at rebellion. Small strike teams moved stealthily at night, infiltrating rebel hideouts, capturing leaders, and dispersing groups planning insurgencies. Gib implemented psychological tactics. Rumors circulated that Mongol units could strike any village or fort at any hour. Stories of swift, precise actions in nearby towns reached the ears of villagers, weakening morale and deterring resistance. Fear of isolation and inevitable defeat encouraged voluntary compliance. Mongol soldiers endured exhausting routines. Days involved long horseback patrols across open plains, reconnaissance missions, and securing river crossings. Nights were spent in temporary fortified camps, maintaining weapons, caring for horses, and preparing for surprise operations. Cold nights, rationed food, and constant vigilance tested endurance, but veteran leadership maintained discipline and morale. A notable uprising occurred near a small river settlement. Rebels attacked a patrol, but Mongol cavalry swiftly encircled them. Leaders were captured and questioned. Some, showing willingness to cooperate, were integrated into labor or local administration. Others were exiled or sent to distant garrisons, demonstrating the consequences of defiance. Civilians remained unharmed, reinforcing the perception that submission offered safety and protection. Gedai personally oversaw administration. Local councils of compliant villagers and minor nobles were appointed to manage taxes, coordinate trade, and maintain order. Artisans repaired bridges, irrigation channels, and defensive structures, ensuring that economic productivity resumed. Granaries were stocked and distributed under Mongol supervision, preventing famine and unrest. Over the following weeks, most settlements on the Hungarian plains complied with Mongol authority. Patrolling soldiers, trained both in combat and urban-rural governance, balanced vigilance with administrative tasks. Civilians gradually adapted to new rules, recognizing that life under Mongol control, while strict, offered security and opportunity. From a high vantage point overlooking the plains, Gedai reflected on the campaign. The success in Hungary illustrated that conquest required more than military might. It demanded psychological insight, disciplined administration, and integration of local leadership. By controlling the social and political fabric, the Mongol Empire extended its influence, ensuring that even vast, open territories could remain stable under its authority. Hungarian plains now served as a model, conquered not only by force of arms, but through strategy, governance, and careful manipulation of human behavior, a testament to Gedai Khan's vision of a disciplined, enduring empire. After securing the Hungarian plains, Gedai Khan set his sights on the fortified city of Brno, located in the Moravian region. Brno was a bustling trade hub with stone walls, narrow streets, and a river flowing through the city that made defense easier for its inhabitants. Scouts reported that the city had a well-trained militia, loyal nobles, and fortified gates prepared for a determined siege. Gedai gathered his generals. Brno may be smaller than Vienna or Prague, but it is strategically vital. Controlling it secures Moravia and prevents a coalition against us. We will proceed with both precision and patience. Subotai outlined the strategy. Divide our forces. One unit will control the river crossings to block supplies and reinforcements. Another will infiltrate the city at night through hidden alleys and basements. The main force will simulate attacks on the main gates, forcing defenders to spread thin and exposing weaknesses. Jeb focused on psychological operations. Rumors of Mongol victories elsewhere spread quickly, creating fear and uncertainty among the citizens. Stories of swift, invisible cavalry raids reached every district, eroding the morale of even Brno's most confident defenders. Mongol soldiers endured grueling routines. Cavalry patrolled the plains around Brno, intercepting reinforcements and monitoring villages. Engineers transported and positioned portable siege engines silently. Scouts observed city walls, gates, and patrol patterns, reporting vulnerabilities. Nights were spent in watchtowers or temporary fortified camps, ensuring readiness for sudden skirmishes. Inside Brno, citizens grew tense. Nobles debated defense strategies, merchants secured valuables, and local militias fortified streets and bridges. Secret rebel cells attempted to sabotage supplies, but Mongol scouts intercepted communications, neutralizing threats before they could escalate. Minor fires set by infiltrators forced defenders to divide their attention, creating confusion. Gedai implemented subtle governance even during the siege. Envoys approached citizens willing to cooperate, offering protection, trade privileges, and roles in city administration. Rebels captured during infiltration were exiled or reassigned under Mongol supervision, demonstrating that defiance had consequences, while submission ensured safety. By the second week, morale among Brno's defenders collapsed. Panic spread through rumors. Internal disputes arose among noble families, and continuous, small-scale attacks created a sense of futility. City leaders negotiated surrender, opening gates under Mongol supervision. Mongol soldiers entered, securing streets, organizing civilians, and establishing garrisons. Local councils composed of compliant citizens managed taxation, public order, and trade. Artisans repaired bridges and infrastructure, merchants resumed business under supervision, and granaries were stocked to prevent famine. From a hill overlooking Brno, Gedai observed the city and surrounding plains. The conquest had been completed not through mass slaughter, but through strategy, psychological operations, and disciplined administration. Brno became another example of how the Mongol Empire combined military skill with governance, ensuring both loyalty and long-term stability. The year was 1241, and the Mongol horde had swept across the Hungarian plain in a lightning campaign. News reached Gedai Khan's commanders that a large, well-organized force of Hungarian and European nobility was gathering near Esztergom, the ancient Hungarian stronghold. The plains shook with the thunder of Mongol cavalry as they advanced into this crucial region not merely for conquest, but to secure a route deep into Central Europe? Subbatai, seasoned by countless battles, urged restraint. We strike swiftly but decisively. If we leave Esztergom ruined, European lords may rally under a banner of resistance, he warned. Jeeb agreed, noting that controlling the river crossings and ensuring stable supply lines would be more valuable than mindless destruction. At dawn, the Mongol cavalry fanned out wide, cutting off Esztergom's access to reinforcements coming from Vienna and nearby castles. Scouts moved ahead, mapping the river's bends and the city's defensive towers. Mongol engineers prepared siege weapons on the plan a rare but necessary adaptation. Because Esztergom's walls were old and well-maintained, inside Esztergom, the defenders prepared themselves for a siege. Knights donned heavy armor, archers readied their bows, and local citizens fortified gates. The river that should have been their strength became a liability as Mongol detachments prevented boats from crossing, strangling supply lines. The battle, when it came, was fierce and bloody. Mongol archers struck from hidden ridge lines, while cavalry executed feigned retreats that lured Hungarian knights into ambush. Subbatai's carefully trained units pressed at weak points, while Jeeb's men sabotaged sections of the wall. The defenders' morale cracked under the speed and coordination of the attack. After hours of fighting, Mongols broke through at a semi-fortified gate. Rather than raze the city, Gedai ordered a limited occupation. He understood that to hold Central Europe, he needed not only cities but loyalty or, at least, submission from its people. He instructed his generals to spare non-combatants, secure food stores, and install temporary governors drawn from local nobles who would swear fealty to the Khan. But the victory came with a price. The Mongol soldiers, stretched far from their steppes, were exhausted. Horses needed rest. Men were sickened by unfamiliar climates, and winter loomed on the distant horizon. Scouts also brought alarming news. Gedai Khan had fallen dangerously ill back home. His health decline threatened to destabilize the entire campaign. When word of Gedai's illness and subsequent death reached the Mongol commanders in Europe, it changed everything. Without the firm and immediate authority of a living Khan, the unity of the Mongol force began to fray. Many of the Mongol nobles and generals, mindful of succession struggles, lost enthusiasm for long-term occupation of far-off lands. Thus, despite their battlefield success at Esztergom and other towns, the Mongols made the decision to withdraw. They dismantled their forward camps, organized a disciplined retreat, and left behind garrisons in only a few strategic sites. The local populace, left with a mix of fear, relief, and uncertainty, watched the Mongol columns recede into the horizon. Gedai's European campaign became a legend, one of power, speed, and ambition, but also of the limits of conquest. His generals carried the memory of Europe's cities in their minds and stories, while the Mongol Empire turned its gaze back east. Preoccupied with the politics of succession, the expansion of other frontiers, and the governance of its vast domains. After the Mongol withdrawal from Central Europe following Gedai Khan's death, historians observed several lasting impacts on the region. The Hungarian plains, Moravian towns, and Polish territories had been shaken not only by swift raids and battles, but also by the Mongols' precise strategies and mobility. Rivers like the Danube and Morava, previously vital trade routes, had been temporarily controlled or blocked by Mongol cavalry. Merchants learned to adapt, changing trade patterns, reinforcing bridges, and fortifying river crossings. These changes indirectly shaped commerce in Central Europe for decades. Local political structures also shifted. Nobles who had resisted the Mongols often lost influence, while those who submitted or cooperated gained prestige and, in some cases, control over neighboring towns. This reordering of local power dynamics had a stabilizing effect once Mongol forces left, but also created new rivalries and alliances among the surviving lords. Mongol soldiers, accustomed to the steppes of Asia, had to endure European winters, dense forests, and rivers unfamiliar to them. They learned to adapt quickly, riding through snow-covered plains, maintaining horses in colder climates, and modifying traditional steppe tactics for European fortifications. This experience enriched the Mongol military knowledge, making future campaigns more flexible and informed. Even though the Mongols did not establish permanent governance in Europe, their brief presence instilled both fear and respect. Local populations remembered the speed, precision, and discipline of the Mongol army, influencing how European cities fortified themselves and trained militias in subsequent decades. Thus, the Mongol campaign, though temporary, left a legacy of strategic, political, and economic lessons for Central Europe, showing that even a short-lived military incursion could ripple through history in enduring ways. Following their campaigns on the Hungarian plains, Mongol commanders turned their attention northward toward the Moravian region, where towns such as Brno and Olomouc had strategic importance. These towns controlled key trade routes connecting Central Europe to the north and west, and their fortifications had long protected local populations from invaders. Scouts reported that Brno was prepared for siege, high stone walls, reinforced gates, and a river running through the town made direct assault difficult. The local militia had experience from earlier conflicts, and nobles had begun coordinating defenses with neighboring settlements. Gedai Khan's generals knew that the Mongol army would face stiff resistance if traditional tactics were used. Subutai suggested a mix of mobility and psychological pressure. "We do not need to destroy these towns," he advised. "Block supplies, spread word of our victories elsewhere, and the defenders may surrender without unnecessary bloodshed. Strike quickly where we see weakness." Small Mongol detachments moved stealthily to occupy surrounding hills and monitor the towns. Cavalry units patrolled trade roads, intercepting messengers and supply wagons, preventing reinforcement from Vienna or other Moravian settlements. Engineers prepared portable siege engines for use if resistance hardened, though the intent was always to encourage submission before full-scale assault. In Olomouc, a fortified city with narrow streets and a central market, defenders tried to coordinate with nearby villages. Mongol scouts intercepted communications, and minor raids on the outskirts created tension and uncertainty. Night patrols and sudden appearances of cavalry convinced many townsfolk that resistance was futile. Mongol soldiers faced unfamiliar European terrain, dense forests, rivers, and steep hills. They adapted by learning local pathways, securing river crossings, and adjusting steppe-based cavalry tactics for urban engagements. Discipline was maintained through constant training, rotation of patrols, and veteran leadership. By the second week, negotiations had begun. Nobles who saw no viable path to victory agreed to submit under Mongol supervision. Soldiers entered Brno and Olomouc, securing key streets, bridges, and gates, while leaving civilians largely unharmed. Local leaders were co-opted into administrative roles, ensuring that order was maintained, taxes collected, and trade routes reopened. The Mongols did not occupy the cities permanently, but their campaigns left a lasting impression. European nobles learned the importance of quick communication, coordinated defenses, and the strategic use of fortifications. Local populations remembered the efficiency and discipline of the Mongol army, influencing military and urban planning in Moravia and surrounding regions for decades. From vantage points on nearby hills, Mongol commanders observed the plains, rivers, and towns under their temporary control. The campaigns had proven the effectiveness of mobility, psychological warfare, and disciplined administration, even when direct occupation was short-lived. Thus, Brno and Olomouc became examples of how the Mongol incursions, though temporary, reshaped military strategy, local governance, and regional trade across Central Europe. In the spring of 1241, Mongol forces pushed northward toward Sandomierz, a fortified town in southern Poland along the Vistula River. Sandomierz, a regional trade hub with stone walls and a central castle, had long been a strategic point connecting Poland's southern provinces to the Carpathian foothills. Subotai and Gib assessed the town from nearby hills. "The defenders are aware of our victories in Hungary and Moravia," Subotai said. "They will fight fiercely. Our success here depends on speed, precision, and careful pressure, unnecessary destruction, and less required." Mongol scouts reported that Sandomierz had a militia supported by local nobles, stone towers reinforced with iron, and narrow streets that could trap cavalry. Engineers prepared light siege equipment and portable ladders, while archers positioned themselves along hidden ridges to harass defenders from distance. The Mongol approach combined mobility and intimidation. Cavalry units blocked all river crossings, intercepting any supply wagons or reinforcements. Small infiltration teams moved through forested paths, quietly gathering intelligence and preparing to neutralize leaders of potential uprisings. Rumors of Mongol victories elsewhere spread quickly, creating uncertainty and fear inside the city. Despite formidable defenses, Sandomierz could not withstand the Mongols' coordinated strikes. Archers on the hills targeted gatehouses, while cavalry executed feigned retreats that lured the defenders into exposed positions. Small fires set at strategic locations forced the defenders to divide their forces. By the third day, city leaders realized that prolonged resistance would lead to unnecessary slaughter. Negotiations began. The town's nobles agreed to submit, promising tribute and loyalty. Mongol soldiers entered, securing key streets, bridges, and the castle without mass destruction. Local governance was restructured. Cooperative citizens and nobles oversaw tax collection, trade, and daily order under Mongol supervision. Mongol soldiers, meanwhile, adapted to local conditions. The European spring brought rain-soaked fields and swollen rivers, unlike the dry steppes of Asia. Horses were exercised carefully, and patrols were scheduled to avoid dangerous mud and river crossings. Soldiers balanced vigilance, scouting, and maintaining fortifications for potential uprisings. Though the Mongols did not maintain a permanent presence, Sandomir's submission sent a strong message across the region. Neighboring towns witnessed the speed, precision, and discipline of the Mongol forces, which influenced defensive preparations and the coordination of European nobles in future conflicts. The campaign through Sandomir's marked yet another example of how Mongol strategy combined speed, intelligence, psychological pressure, and selective administration. It reinforced their reputation as a force capable of reshaping regional politics even during short-term occupation. After securing Sandomir's, Mongol commanders turned their attention westward to Krakow, one of the most important cities in southern Poland. Krakow, situated on the Vistula River, was a thriving trade center with stone fortifications, a royal castle, and a network of streets protected by walls and gates. Its strategic location made it a key objective for the Mongol advance. Scouts reported that Krakow's defenders had fortified every entrance and called for reinforcements from nearby towns. Nobles and knights organized patrols, positioned archers along the walls, and stationed troops near the castle gates. The city's population prepared for siege, storing food and reinforcing the walls.